our Angus Council meeting for December, the last of this year. Before we start, just remind you there's actually quite a large agenda. So I'll say what I've said the last couple of times. Limit to one question or comment. Time to speak 3 minutes. We have which obviously 5 minutes, and deputations will be 10. Okay, we're now about to start the live stream. Is that us on live stream now?
Yes, it is.
That's us on live stream now. So I'll just go straight in with item 1, which is apologies for absence.
There's apologies promised from Councillor Davey.
Councillor Davey, thank you very much. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded that the terms for Councillors' Code of Conduct regarding the responsibility to make declarations of interest. I see Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. I declare a non-financial interest in item 13395/21. I represent Angus Council on the board of the Cairngorms National Park, but I have a specific exclusion. Therefore, I will take part in the discussion or voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McLaren. A minute, my screen's been. There we go. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. Declare an interest on item 19, report 39921. I will be removing myself from the meeting at the very end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. Item 11, report number 393/21. I'm a council appointed member of the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, IGB, and a non-exec director of Public Health Scotland, and have specific exclusions for both of those. I'm also a board member of Voluntary Action Angus. And could I just say, I'm booked in at Angus House for this meeting, and I won't be able to continue beyond 5 o'clock, which is when my booking ends. I'll get turfed out for the facilities management people. Just to give you the heads up on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. So am I. So we'll both be leaving at the same time. Thank you. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Thank you, Provost. I'm declaring an interest on items 5 and 17. Lochside Leisure Centre, because of my long-standing discussions with and perceived closeness to Mark Guild.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMillan Douglas. Councillor Brown.
Yes, agenda number 5, 365/1. I have nothing to declare, but I will leave the meeting for this item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lumgear.
Yes, agenda item number 11, report number 39/21. Declaring interest as I am a director of Angus Alive, but I will remain seeking take part.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown, is that you back up again?
No.
Okay, thank you. I declare an interest exactly the same as Councillor Lumgear. I'm a director of Angus Alive, and also for item 18, where I will remove myself from the chamber and take no part in the discussion. I, like Councillor Bell, am also a director of Voluntary Action Angus. Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. I was under the impression we did not now have to declare an interest if we are council appointed. If we are council appointed to a body, so I don't think I need to declare an interest about Angus Alive.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Devine. I was just making sure. Councillor Braze.
Well, like everyone else in here, I'm sure I've had copious amounts of correspondence over several years regarding Lochside Leisure Centre, so I suppose we should declare an interest in items 5 and 17 will be remaining in the chamber, debate and voting if required.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bray. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I was really just going to make the same point as Councillor Devine has made, that our directions from the Standards Commission and through Mrs Buchanan is that we no longer need to declare an interest if we're a council-appointed director of an ALIO such as Angus Alive. So I'm just letting you know I'm not declaring an interest, and that's the reason why I'm not.
Thanks very much, Councillor Duff. As I say, I was just being ultra cautious there. I just, Councillor Brown, could you just clarify what your reasons for leaving are? What your reasons for leaving the meeting are, just for the record.
On advice.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Brown. Thank you. Right, you'll see that we now have got 3 requests for deputations which are which have been received. The first one is a deputation request from Mr. Mark Guild on behalf of Working With You and Angus Limited. I've actually looked at this and I've actually taken advice, legal advice on this and instruction. And I'd just like to point out that in terms of standing orders, the requirements for deputations include stating the action which it is proposed that the council should take. In this context, the application has been requested that the council listens to the whole of Mark Guild's deputation. The purpose of a deputation is to enable the applicant to address the council. The action which the applicant is required to state is the action to be taken by the council in light of any submissions made by the deputation. The applicant has not identified any such action on the part of the council. So consequently, I rule that they are not competent. Regarding the deputation request for item 6, where the capital grants application, they want to advise members a deputation request has been received from Stevie Bell in relation to item 6, capital grants application. He would like to make a deputation to elected members to consider a proposal from Skills Academy or Growth Community AstroTurf project in regards to paragraph 5.3 place-based investment programme, £720,000 from report number 390/21. Are we happy that this deputation, are we agreed that this deputation goes ahead?
Councillor
Agreed.
Proctor.
That's agreed, thank you.
Probably Councillor.
Mrs Buchanan would like to come in.
Sorry, Mrs Buchanan, beg your pardon, didn't see your hand here.
Thank you, Provost. It was just to ask if there was any declarations of interest in relation to any of the deputations, but I've seen that we've dealt with 2 now, and it was just to clarify, because occasionally there can be a declaration of interest pertinent to a deputation in the same way as there are to a report.
Thank you very much for that, Jackie. And anyone who's involved in the Skills Academy per se, or the next item, if you're involved in that group, or I think make a declaration or not, is entirely up to you. Right, Next deputation request is item 12, improvements to public toilet provision. I'd like to advise members that the deputation request has been received from Fiona Suter in relation to item 12, capital grants application. Ms Suter would like to support the council's proposal to include a changing places toilet at Arbroath West Links. Are we agreed that Ms Suter be given the opportunity to give a deputation?
Agreed.
Agreed, thank you. And just to remind people, like 10 minutes to speak, and then we can ask questions at the end. Right, and now move on to item 3, the minutes of council and committees. First of all, at 3.1 minutes of the council meetings, I want to submit for approval as corrected records in the meetings of Angus Council on the 4th of November and Angus Special Council on the 28th of October. But before we do that, I see there are 2 hands going up. But before I actually move on this, I'd like to for Sarah to give a wee statement regarding a slight change in the minute to the council meeting regarding Councillor Hand's motion. Sarah.
Thank you, Provost. So this is in relation to item 12 of the minute of Angus Council of 4th of November, and the proposed change relates to paragraph 3 onwards. The minute will now read as follows, and I'll just read the amendment out to you. The Deputy Provost highlighted that it was clear from the findings of the recent consultation that local residents did not wish to see the inclusion of Monifeith Public Library within the new built Monifeith Learning Campus, and a number of local members concurred with the findings of the consultation and sought an assurance that the concerns of the library users would be taken into account prior to any decisions being taken. Councillor Hands expressed concerns regarding the proposal and the possible location of the library away from the High Street and how accessible it would be to those residents who were unable to travel by car. Councillor Hands, seconded by Councillor Fotheringham, moved that no further options appraisal was required. The Director of Strategic Policy, Transformation and Public Sector Reform responded to a number of members' questions and reminded members that this was the only opportunity that would be available in terms of an options appraisal to place the library in the school building. There being no amendment, the Council resolved to note the outcome of the 2 phases of the consultation to consider the inclusion of Monifeith Public Library within the new built Monifeith Learning Campus, and that no further options appraisal was required. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell, before I move on, I see your hands up.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I did actually email this in, but to Donald, not realising that he wasn't there, to say that there was a recess at 4 o'clock, and I wasn't able to get back in because of my broadband issue at that point. And I think that should be recorded in the minute, or in. Yeah, it says that it notes I was having connection issues, but I wasn't able to get back at all. So I would quite like that reflected, please.
Give me add that, Sarah. We're just checking a minute now.
I don't see that being an issue, Provost.
Yeah. There's no issue there, I think, Councillor Bell. So, colleagues, we had a statement that read out by Sarah Forsyth, and just a point that Councillor Bell made. Are we agreed that the minutes, paragraph 3.1 A and B are agreed?
Agreed.
Right. And then minutes of committees, you could see them there listed from C to H. They're all for noting. Do we agree to note?
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Provost, could I ask the wording of the minutes emailed out to us, please?
What, the change?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. It's basically just resending, that's it, but we'll do that. Okay. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Okay. We now move on to item number 4, Councillor Whiteside submitted the following motion, universal credit uplift. Councillor Whiteside, I presume you've got a seconder?
Yes,
Yep.
Councillor Brace.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Whiteside, please proceed with your motion.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and thank you for the opportunity to present this motion, albeit a little bit later than originally planned. For that reason, I intend to keep this very brief. Unfortunately, things haven't improved for Angus residents during that time, with increases in national insurance and the cost of food and fuel hitting our vulnerable families. So obviously the removal of the £20 uplift has been a bitter blow and one that many are struggling to cope with. However, as noted in the motion, there was a cross-party vote in the Scottish Parliament condemning the cut, and I sincerely hope that Angus Council can come together and vote as one to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. Councillor Brace, second.
Yes, thank you, Provost. There's nothing much I can add to that. Councillor Whiteside said it all in her motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions or any comments? Is the motion agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed, yeah. Councillor Brace, your hand still up. That's it. Councillor Sturrock, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, it was just a comment, Provost.
Yeah.
As Councillor Whiteside and that knows, I agree with what she's saying, given the £20, and as I said, with the increase in the sort of fuel supply, my own was £14 a week increase in the cost of the contract, and now with inflation running transiently at 5.1%, there is a definite strain on families, which needs addressing. Thank you
very much for that. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see your hand earlier on. Right, move on to Lochside Leisure Centre.
Provost, could we just wait till Councillors Brown?
Oh yeah, Councillor Brown and Councillor McMillan Douglas, could you just remove yourself from the chamber, please?
We will. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Right. If members have any questions on the exempt item, the exempt appendix, we would actually remove from live stream to go private. Are there any questions before we proceed? We happy to proceed? Thank you, Councillor Fairweather. Got your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Just to give notice of a motion for this item.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder?
We'll wait until, right, can we wait until I've read the motion?
Certainly. Okay, carry on. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. As per recommendation 5, move that Lochside Leisure Centre building be demolished and returned to parkland or any other purpose deemed fit. Provost, the former Lochside Leisure Centre was declared surplus to requirements by the Policy and Resources Committee in May 2018. Having made a substantial investment in the Forfar Community Campus, which was planned and built following public consultation. The Council had and still has no identified need for this building. There is an adequate provision of leisure facilities in the area, and whilst additional provision in theory could be made, the Council is not in a position to maintain and staff 2 buildings for the same purpose. The Council undertook an initial public consultation process at the end of last year and a formal statutory public consultation under the 2015 Act between October and November this year. In coming to a view on the future of the former Lochside Leisure Centre, I have had regard to the representations made in terms of these consultations and have fully considered whether there are reasons and justifications for not following the views of the majority of respondents. As well as having regard to these representations, I have had regard to other material considerations, including the Council's duty to secure best value. If we did nothing and left the former leisure centre standing, the cost of non-domestic rates, maintenance and repairs for a building we don't need would be considerable. This clearly does not represent best value. Furthermore, the liability to meet these costs would fall to the Forfar Common Good Fund from 12th of May next year, and is detailed in the report. Again, for a building that is surplus to requirements, this is not good use of common good funds. I'm also mindful of the risks which this building now poses to the long-term financial well-being of the Forfar Common Good Fund. As a result of the court case brought against the council, the former leisure centre has been determined to be an asset of the Forfar Common Good Fund. This means any options which retain the ownership and operation of the building with the common good, such as a CAT or a lease, mean that the Forfar Common Good Fund, as building owner, will be liable for the demolition or at least making safe the building if it became vacant or uneconomic to repair or suffered a catastrophic failure at some point in the future. Many of those responding have said that multiple groups have come forward ready and willing to use the building with proposals, right, to do something for the community. But they have been ignored or their proposals deemed unsuitable. Respondents have also said that the council is imposing red tape and dictating unneeded interest. The position on each interest expression in either buying or leasing the building is outlined in this report. None has been ignored, and no unnecessary conditions have been imposed. One offer to purchase could not be progressed because it included areas which were already included in a community asset transfer. Currently, no third party has submitted an offer to lease or an offer to buy. The former leisure centre that the council can consider. Likewise, there has been no proposals for a community asset transfer, albeit that many of the responses cited for community use. In short, there is no credible plan for the community to reuse the building. Next February, it will be 5 years since the centre closed. Meantime, the cost of non-domestic rates and for maintenance and repairs continue to be paid by the council. And this is not a little amount of money. This is £1,000 a week. And as I have indicated, the council, it's the common good, not the council, from the 12th of May next year that will have to fund anything that happens with this building. This can't continue. So I'm asking the members today to draw a line under this. This needs to finish and support the motion that I've put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fairweather. A seconder for Councillor Fairweather's motion.
I'll second that, Provost.
Devine. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. I really don't think I have an awful lot to add to what Councillor Fairweather has said, but as a Forfar councillor, I really do feel that I have to say how important the Common Good Fund is to Forfar, how important it has been and will be to other organisations within the town that have benefited and will benefit from it. But if we do not demolish this, as Councillor Fairweather says, the Common Good Fund is going to be dramatically reduced, if not wiped out, by the amount of money which would have to be spent on maintenance and eventually demolition. The money is there for demolition at the moment in the budget. It will then, if we do not demolish this building, that money will be used for other things. And then the Common Good Fund will have to take this up. So I absolutely agree. We have had enough. The ideas came forward, but nobody has coalesced around these ideas to give us a viable proposition for that building. They have all been thought about, they've been asked questions, they've been, council officers have tried to help them on their way towards it, but nothing has come in the end. So I am happy to second this.
Thank you very much. Glenn McLaren, you're the first up.
Thank you, Provost. I have a comment. In the past, I've always supported to retain Forfar Leisure Centre, as I always thought it had a future. But after the 12th of May 2022, demolishing the building would be at a cost to the Forfar Common Good Fund. I feel this would have a detrimental effect to the fund's ability in supporting community projects going forward in years to come. With this in mind, I would now support demolishing the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cheap.
Thanks, Provost. Read through this paper quite with interest, and I pick up on the points that Councillor Fairweather has said on the fact that there's no expressions of lease that have crystallised, there's no offer to purchase, no applications. And first of all, a question on this. Reading through the papers, I think 5.6, the court consent required for demolition could be 6 to 12 months. So can we have, just in simple language, what impact that could have on the Forfar Common Good Fund, bearing in mind 6 months, even 6 months takes us beyond May 22? Does that, will that have an impact on the Common Good Fund, or will it be purely against Angus Council, even though we can't start to demolish it until after effectively it's become common good property? If you make yourself clear, it's a follow-up to that as well, but if I need that answer first.
Right, thanks very much. Mr. Lorimer or anybody from communities, I mean, we're really talking about a start date for demolition to be completed before May 2022. And the point that Councillor Treat makes about the money then for the retention, if it goes on after May next year, come out of Forfar Common Good Fund. So are there any answers on, first of all, start date and maybe final date of the demolition?
Bearing in mind the consent of the courts needed, Provost.
Say that again, sorry.
Bearing in mind that it says that the consent of court is required, for demolition, and that could take 6 to 12 months, according to Mrs. Buchanan, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lorimer.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, the scenario that Councillor Cheap is raising there is a question I think is actually answered in the report. There's a table within the. It's on page 48 of the papers, the financial implications section. So what we're saying there is that if members choose to opt to demolish the building today, we see that as the decision point, and therefore the fact that it would take a number of months for the court process to be concluded and go through that approval process, that would mean that the general fund would still meet the demolition costs. So that's what we've tried to explain within section 5 of that table. So hopefully that provides a reassurance to Councillor Cheap in terms of how we would see that working. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lorimer. Happy with that, Councillor Cheap?
Yeah, just fine. Thanks for that.
Just looking at the note.
Can I just ask about the cost of if this is going to demolition? So somebody's breaking up. And the cost of demolition, I still want to make the point there to say that I'm unhappy with the cost of the demolition in total, regardless of the facts in the budget.
Well, I mean, it was factored in when the new one was built. So, I think we've just got
Yeah,
to
but
go.
it's still not the best value of it.
Mr. Lorimer.
Yeah, thank you again, Provost. Yeah, what we have is a budget provision based on a previous estimate. We will, of course, go out to tender for these works, and we'd hope to get the best price from that process. So it may well be less than what's in that, what the budgeted figure is, but we won't know that until we've been out to tender. Thank you.
We hope so. Okay, thank you very much.
Hope so.
I'll move on. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost. Similar to Councillor McCann, I was very keen to see this building utilised, and in every vote before, I've wanted to explore that possibilities. We've now come to the end point, and there seems no one willing to take that up. And disappointingly, I would have to agree demolition is the only way forward now. So I will agree to the demolition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hines.
Provost, my comments probably conflate between item 5 and item 6, but I noted with interest all the comments from the consultation paper, and there was screeds of people with ideas about how the building could be used. But can I just say, what aspirations for a building don't turn it into reality, and that's what's the problem has been with Lochside Leisure Centre. We've heard from Councillor Fairweather there was no lease, there was no offer to buy, and ultimately no CAT offer. Comparing that with Moneyfief Community Resource Centre, people have been involved in that campaign to get a resource centre in Moneyfief for well over 10 years, probably even 20 years. But that took several attempts at, stuff like quiz nights, bingo nights, Christmas fairs, copious amounts of grant applications to make that a reality. So, we've already heard Forfar's already got a leisure centre provision, a new provision at that as well. I think going with demolition is a really sensible thing to do, just because people have got ideas. Unless there's a route to bring them into reality, we've got to be realistic, and we've got to think about best value, both for the council and for common good in Forfar. So the best solution is to demolish.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hans. What you said, very true. Lots of great ideas, but nobody put them into practice. Councillor Duff.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Yes, I'm happy to support option 5, demolition of Lochside Leisure Centre. And I thank Councillor Fairweather for his motion and his leadership on this issue. I have long thought that this is the correct, logical decision for us to take. The building and the centre were never very good. It's an eyesore, and the cleared site will be an asset for Angus Council to develop in the future. No viable alternative use has appeared over the 4 years that it has been redundant. The Lochside Leisure Centre saga has been a long-running movie, and there are things that now need to be said. Certain actors in this story have prolonged matters for their own motives and made matters worse. We have Audit Scotland in the House at present doing the best value audit of Angus Council. I'm sure they will want to look at Lochside Leisure Centre and Ingles Court, 2 cause celebres taken up by Mr. Guild. There is a linked issue also involving Mr. Guild and his companies that also needs independent investigation. That is the long-running disputes between Mr. Guild's companies and Angus Council, where Mr. Guild has had significant success in challenging developer contributions claimed by Angus Council. To date, this has cost Angus Council over £1 million, relating to a Carnoustie development and the current Turfbeg development in Forfar.
Councillor Duff, I think we stick to the Forfar Leisure Centre, please.
if you just let me finish, Provost. Elected members and indeed the Angus public have been kept in the dark on these important issues, and that's disgraceful given the amount of money involved. Councillor Fairweather's coalition of chaos has been at the helm throughout this fiasco, and it's high time for an independent investigation to determine what went wrong and what we must do to prevent a recurrence. I think Audit Scotland is the best organisation to carry out this task. As a result, I'm writing to Audit Scotland representatives involved in the best value audit, and I'm asking them to investigate all three issues I have mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I too, it is very sad to see any building in Angus having to be demolished. But back to the comments that Councillor Hans has said, you know, this is happening in other places. These things take years. I remember the Deputy Provost trying to get this done in Carnoustie when the school was demolished 15 years ago. That went on for 10 years. We've had the Montefieth and Carnoustie men's sheds now at the final stages of getting the CAT application sorted out. You have to have people coming forward, and they have to all be very adventurous and full of, you know, not just full of ideas. You've got to move the ideas forward. And sadly, and it is sad, sadly, these people have not come forward. So the best thing, unfortunately, is the demolition. But I think also, pick up what Councillor Duff said, you know, we all know the elephant in the room here, and that is the councillor, and that councillor isn't even here today. That councillor has cost this council well over £1 million on the drama that he wanted, and he's been putting all over his Facebook pages and getting people stirred up in Forfar. It's not on, but well said to Councillor Fairweather. You made a very eloquent thing after all these years, and very well to Councillor Devine as well for the comments she meant seconding it. Let's put a line under this and let's move forward.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Boyd. Councillor Fairweather, just want to sum up? Do you want to summarise before we move the motion?
Right, thank you, Provost. I'll just sum up. I'll sum up briefly. I'll just thank Councillor Duff for stating my leadership in one hand and then taking it away in the other. But otherwise, I've got nothing else to say. I think the right decision can be made today, and if we can get full support on demolition, I would be delighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any amendments to the motion? No. Okay, thank you very much. Is the motion agreed?
Agreed.
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 Thank you. We can now move on to item 6, capital grant allocation, and I'd like to call the deputation of
Provost, 2 minutes till we get the members back.
2 minutes. We've got to get Councillor McMillan Douglas and Councillor Brown back, but we're trying to get hold of Mr. Skilled Academy for the Stevie Bell. Okay.
The gentleman, Mr. Bell's in the time.
Aye. Okay. So as soon as we get Councillor McMillan Douglas and Councillor Brown back, we'll then go ahead with the deputation from Mr. Stevie Bell.
Provost.
Yep.
Provost, it's Councillor Speed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the declarations of interest, I had difficulty getting my hand up, but it was just to declare an interest in that I have just recently joined the Skills Academy board as a trustee. So I would just like to declare a non-financial interest and that I would remove myself from this agenda item.
Good. Thank you very much for that, Councillor.
Okay. Yeah, will somebody just call me back in?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
email
Sarah, if you want, I'll get in touch with you. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Is Angus McMillan back in it? Sorry, colleagues, we're still trying to contact Councillor Macmillan Douglas and Councillor Brown. Councillor Nicholl, I see you've got your hand up. Yeah. Councillor Nicholl.
I was just say I registered my dissent for the last vote, please.
You're a bit late, but
I had my hand up, but nobody was listening to it.
You're going to say it. Well, okay, we'll register your dissent. Thank you. You take your hand down now, so thank you. Yeah, your hand's still up. That's it. Nope, still up. That's it.
Meeting progress.
Any driving, Angus? I know Councillor Macmillan Douglas have problems with his phones because he's moved into another house, and I know there have been communications problems. That's maybe what's wrong. I think he's got my phone, so I cannot find him. Councillor Fairweather, could you try and give Councillor Macmillan Douglas a bell? My phone's down in IT getting repaired, and I can't do it.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
And maybe if okay.
Okay, Provost, I think that's everyone present.
Okay, I think that's us all back. Right, thanks very much. If we could now hear the deputation, and just to remind that Stevie Bell, that you have 10 minutes in which to give your deputation. So if you're ready to go, your time starts now.
All right, well, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to talk to you today. I really appreciate it. My name is Stevie Bell, Funding Coordinator for Skills Academy, and we're a local charity based in Arbroath, and we cover Angus as well. So the reason that I'm here today is in relation to report number 39021, and specifically the Council's recommendations for projects to be funded as part of the place-based investment, which is £720,000 in section 5.3. So a little bit of background, I was reading the paper on Tuesday night and I noted in section 5.3 a list of the projects that were recommended to you today by the Council. And upon reading the paper thoroughly, I asked myself, has this process been done with fairness and transparency and equal opportunity? I don't believe that it has, and it seems that projects have been rather hand-picked and no fair or transparent process has been conducted in this instance. It says in 5.2 that the projects in 5.3 were drawn together by officers. It doesn't seem that there was a wider community consultation or indeed a process to put forward a specific project. So that's why I'm here today, is to ask Angus Council and elected members to consider the Skills Academy Arbroath Community AstroTurf project in this round of funding for £100,000. So the Skills Academy AstroTurf project, I sent everybody 2 documents. Hopefully you might have had a chance to read them, but It describes our project in detail. It shows our organisational capacity to carry out the project. It indicates the project cost, funds secured so far, and the funds needed to complete the project, which is £100,000. By receiving this funding, we'll be able to deliver a community AstroTurf to the benefit of the Arbroath community by March 2022. And I noted in 3.3 of the document that funds must be spent or legally committed by March 2022, or will be required to be returned. So we can provide proof of funding secured so far and any other documentation needed in a very short time frame. I also noted in 4.1 that timelines for the delivery of capital projects are very tight, and the council staff are looking for projects that have the highest probability of being completed to save time on their staff resources. So we're very confident that our project will be completed within this time frame and give Arbroath a much needed outdoor all-weather facility. Our project, it contributes greatly to the key priorities of the council plan as highlighted in document at 2.1, which are economy, people and place, and it also meets the main objectives of the fund as stated in 3.2. What I'd just like to highlight is I noted that £200,000 is being proposed for Seaton Park, which is to provide funding for a £600,000 full-size 3G facility, fencing and floodlights. Our project is in the same town in Arbroath, it's very similar. However, ours will cost £195,000 and we've already secured £96,000 of this. So £100,000 allocation will completely complete our project. I'm an Arbroath resident myself most of my life, and I'm very passionate about improving our local community. So I'd love to see both projects succeed because it will benefit the community enormously. However, I am mindful in terms of probability. When comparing both projects, ours has a higher probability of being completed in a short time frame. I have spoken with Alison Smith, who prepared the report, and she indicated, it's also highlighted in the report, that further funding will become available in April 2022. So could it be that other projects that have a less probability of being achieved in this short time frame are deferred until then, or the funding allocation is dispersed a little bit more equally across Angus? Like I say, our projects are very similar. It's not an ideal situation for two organisations in a small town like Arbroath to be competing against each other to funders. It'll almost certainly have a detrimental effect to both projects. So if we were to receive £100,000 allocation from this round of funding, our project would be completed, up and running, and it will increase the prospects of the Seaton Park project in receiving funding because we won't be competing against each other. There is also a bit of a risk. Our funding from Sports Scotland Facilities Fund of £50,000 has been pledged, but it may not go ahead if we do not find the rest of the funding. However, if we are considered for the £100,000, it will secure our investment from Sports Scotland and complete the project. Lastly, we've carried out extensive consultation with our community throughout the project since March 2019 when we first started the CAT transfer process. We've worked in partnership with various local organisations and received enormous support and demonstrated real need for our community for this project. And lastly, I'd just like to highlight a couple of benefits for the project. It will offer inclusive and accessible sport and physical activity and recreational opportunities for the community, especially with COVID. There's a lot of restrictions and projected to be restrictions in indoor spaces in 2022. So our facility will provide outdoor spaces in a safe place. We will help with developing the young workforce by providing volunteering and employment opportunities. We'll help reduce social inequalities by working with partners to provide targeted approach to opportunities for those experiencing poor mental health, social isolation and poverty. We will improve mental health and well-being, improve accessibility and connectivity, and our project contributes to various local, regional and national strategic plans, including the Arbroath Locality Plan and the Angus Sport and Physical Activity Framework. And thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you'll consider our proposal for this round of funding, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Bell, and you've obviously done a lot of work in that. And before I ask any members if they want to have any questions, I'd just like to, you said that Alison Smith had been in touch with you, and also just like to bring forward Communities Convener, who's actually the man who's doing work on this, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Salmon, would you just like to a quick reply? Just still muted. Yeah. Tom, that's it. So, that's your one.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Provost, and thanks, Mr. Bell. I really think Mrs. Smith needs to address some of the points that Mr. Bell has raised before we get questions, and I make a comment.
Okay. Alison?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to pick up on some of the points that have been raised. So in terms of the projects that are presented today, the funding came through to us. We were made aware of the amount that we had just before summer, and also aware of the time commitment and that deadline of 31st of March. Through our officers, both in terms of projects which they are working on with groups, through other funds where we have had calls, some of that community engagement, and other projects where perhaps not been successful for other funds that we've had to allocate. We drew together a list of potential projects that could meet the criteria that we were aware of and working with to be able to hit that 31st of March deadline. We weren't able to take as wide consultation as we would have liked to, just given the timescales for this announcement, but as part of our wider programme and plans for better community engagement, we're already working on that to be able to go out and invite any group who have proposals that may fit with the criteria for the future round, and to have these ready to start working up the bids so that we're better prepared for these kind of announcements of funding. And as soon as we have confirmation of the date, to be able to bring those forward. So we'll be doing a much wider call right across Angus for new projects for this fund and the others that are coming forward next year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salmon, you want to sit in?
No, I shall wait and see if colleagues have got questions.
Yep, okay. Questions to Mr. Bell from anyone? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Mr. Bell, I believe you bid for participatory budgeting money as well. Can you tell us how successful you were there?
Hi, Councillor Moore. We got 25 for that project for Arbroath, yeah.
And elsewhere?
Yes, we have had £50,000 pledge from Sport Scotland. We have had £5,000 for Persimmon's Building Futures programme. We've got £10,000 from Adapt and Thrive and £6,000 from community fundraising ourselves. So it brings it to £96,000.
And from my records, a further £8,940 from the Brecon and Montrose PB.
That's specifically for Glow Sports in Brecon and Montrose. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Yes. Is this to build a new AstroTurf field so that you can carry out your skills company?
Hi, Councillor Brown. Skills Academy are a charity, and we have taken over a 99-year lease at Arbroath High School. So there's an existing AstroTurf there with floodlights and fencing, but it's a 2G sand-based surface, and it's in disrepair. It can't really be used. It's unsafe. So we're proposing to replace it with a 3G AstroTurf.
Okay, that's in the report. Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, Mr. Bell, just a quick question. I mean, you've indicated that you've got a sort of indication from Sport Scotland that they will fund your project. Probably this is an unfair question. Do you know if Sport Scotland are funding the alternative project at Seaton Park?
I'm not sure, Councillor Duff. But like I say, if we are applying to the same kind of fund, it does have a detrimental effect. They'll tend to pick one project over the other. So if we are applying to the same funders, But I don't know. In answer to your question, I don't know if
that was my thought, because I know, having had some experience in the long past applying to Sport Scotland for money, they balance things two ways. They balance it across different sports, but they also balance it across localities, so that, will they fund two projects in the same town for the same sport? That would be, I would have thought, a challenge, but that's really not your worry if you've had a pledge of support. Just a thought.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Duff. Councillor Hines.
Mr. Bell, you said in your presentation to us that, you mentioned COVID and the need for outdoor space, and I would really agree with that comment. I'm not sure if I didn't pick it up, or whether you never covered the issue of, if you were to get the funding now, how quickly would you be able to put that into place in terms of developing the 3D pitch? How long would the pitch be out of circulation until you got that laid?
Hi, Councillor Hans. That's in our quotes. It's a 2-week process to take off the old AstroTurf and put the new AstroTurf down.
Right, so it's fairly quick then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we propose to do it at the end of February with completion in March.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Bell? Yeah, Councillor Dunno.
Thanks, Mr. Bell. I just wanted to know if you made the actual officers and everybody else aware on this call that it will be the pupils from Arbroath High School and pupils from Angus Alive that will be actually using this pitch. So it's actually a pitch that the council couldn't afford to fix, and that's why we actually moved it on to yourselves. So it will be beneficial for school pupils and for the public wide, and it's not just specifically for the football team that's in the town. So I think that's something maybe you need to expand on. Thank you.
Thank you,
Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, sure. So we have an agreement with Arbroath High for use of it during the day. When they don't use it, other schools will be able to use it in the local community and other community groups. And also we have an agreement with Angus Alive that they'll get a set amount of hours to run their holiday programmes, some of their disability inclusion staff, and various other programmes. And we've got a lot of things lined up for the AstroTurf. It's not just a football facility, it's a multi-sport facility for social and recreation. And we intend to work with partners to have a targeted approach, especially for the holiday programme. We've been involved with Angus Council with that, the Holiday Hunger, Get Into Summer programme, and we intend to run a lot of these kind of programmes in partnership with other organisations.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, given that both of these projects, the Seaton Park and this one, are sort of in competition, I think it would be helpful if Mrs. Smith or one of our colleagues gave us a bit more detail on the Seaton Park project, because there's more to this project than obviously just the bid in front of us today. So it might be helpful to have the whole sort of picture of what's going to end up, what the completed product's going to be.
Alison?
Yes, happy to give that. So members may recall that the Seaton Park bid did forward to committee previously. It was one of 2 projects which we agreed we would submit to the Scottish Government Regeneration Capital Grant Fund. It was number 2, with the courthouse in Arbroath being the number 1 project that went forward, and also agreement, and we submitted it to UK Government under the Levelling Up Fund application. It's a bid that we have been in discussions with the applicant in terms of not only the sports facility that they will provide, but the work they'll do around the local community in terms of addressing disadvantage, so similar to Skills Academy in some respects, but particularly the building that they're looking at, the changing facilities and the community facilities to be provided on Seaton. They're working with Zero Waste Scotland to deliver one of the first net zero buildings. So looking at that as a centre of excellence and learning around low carbon technologies, it's attracted a lot of national interest and got some national trust, but the national trusts who are working in that field, environmental sustainability involved in that. So it's not just around the pitch. However, in terms of what they're presenting is a phased approach to that. As they can go forward with the sports facilities and looking at a modular building in the first instance, and then expanding that out to the larger scale building that and hence the higher costs that go with that. But the full detail of that project was provided before to members through our bits to both of those funds.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. Just listening to the discussion, I'm not at all sure that it would be appropriate to make a decision on this paper today. And what sort of impact would that have if it was to come to...
We've not come to the paper yet, Councillor Bell. We're still on the... Okay, we've not come to the paper yet. That follows. Is there any, or are there any other questions for Mr. Bell? Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Bell. You've obviously done a lot of work in this, and your heart's in the right place. We will now go on and discuss item 6, which is the capital grant scheme, and we hope that you know that something will come out. Just hang on a minute. That's it. So. You know, once again, thank you very much, and you know, we're now going to move on to item 6. So we'll ask you to leave. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right. Right. Councillor MacDonald. MacDonald.
Yeah, sorry, my dog's decided to kick off. So hopefully everyone can hear me. So basically, I think Councillor Salmond kind of hit the nail on the head about the support for me.
Well, Councillor MacDonald, we haven't actually got onto it, so could we just hang on your comments?
Oh, sorry, I thought you said we were moving on.
Okay, thanks very much. No,
I'll go shut the door.
Okay, thanks. Item 6 then, which is the capital grant allocations and based on investment programme renewal of play parks and nature restoration fund. Okay, the recommendations you can see there. So I'm going to ask Alison Smith once again to come forward and introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost. So yes, so we have three funds which were allocated this year to us. So 3 Scottish Government funds, the Place-Based Investment Programme, the Play Park Renewal Fund, and also the Nature Restoration Fund. All of these funds we're looking at these to be recurring funds. We don't have the allocations, but we're looking at these being recurring funds. However, this year the Place-Based Investment Fund was notified to us in May, the Play Parks and the Nature Restoration Fund in August, giving us quite tight timescales to make commitment dates of 31st of March. So what we have done is look at projects which we have either been involved in, where we've made previous calls for funding, projects that we're aware of, or for example, in terms of the play parks, where we have a programme of play park investment worked up and where we could look to see where we could invest in that. All of these require community engagement, involvement of young people, for example, around the play parks. And we will be able to do that to some extent in terms of moving on with the proposals if approved today. For future allocations, we want to build all of these into plans that we have around a much broader place framework, where we'll be looking at stronger community engagement across all the funding that comes our way, how we can engage with communities to make sure everybody gets a voice in that, and we can bring forward as many projects as we can for consideration. But the ones you have before you today are projects which are deliverable, where funding is in place and where the funding can be committed, and we can get projects moving as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Alison. Councillor MacDonald, do you want to come in with your comment
Yeah,
now?
apologies for jumping the gun. I
No,
think
it kind of blurred in, but go on.
Councillor Salmon hit the nail on the head for me when he asked Alison for more detail. These are the sort of reports I really struggle with, because we're being asked to agree a lot of money getting spent on a lot of projects that, frankly, we'll know nothing about. And given the nature of the time that we get papers, you don't really have much time to research any of the projects in the background. And you know, the deputation pretty much nicked my questions, which was about what consultation was done, how did we get about the projects that we were looking at. And I appreciate what Alison's saying there about the time frame being tight and things like that. But in her answer, Alison sort of mentioned that we know of these projects, that's why they're there. But it does raise sort of questions about the amount of money that's getting allocated, where it's getting allocated, and how it's getting allocated. And we're being asked to approve them without any further information. So there's Councillor Salmon saying, give us more info on Seaton Park. There's more information for us to help make a decision. And I know it's a difficult balance, because we often ask for reports to be tighter, but also I think when we're being asked to look at money getting spent, it would be nice to have a bit more about it. So yeah, for me, the deputation there raises more questions about what we should do on this paper, and I've not really been helped with the answer. So I think maybe some folk, looks a lot of people want to talk about this, so we'll have a look at what they say and then see where we end up. But that's just my initial thoughts on it. Reading the paper, we've got to agree a lot of spending without much information. It makes it really, really hard.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Councillor MacDonald. You're absolutely right. But I mean, of course, there isn't time to get the money spent to get the job done. And that's where the officers have kind of got that dilemma. But thank you for that. Councillor Hines.
I would just like to ask Mr. Smith, the play spaces, considering that funding allocation came in May, why is it that we are just hearing about that now? 7 months to come to full council does seem quite a long time. And even if there was a potential of a holding report in between to even let us know that was the approach that was going to be taken, and to give an indication of the areas to be funded, because I'm absolutely delighted about MCRG being recommended, definitely, but I do understand why other organisations will not be very happy about the fact that you'll be bringing the projects today without other organisations. And I think I'm just a bit worried as well that in a way that this report is demonstrating almost operational lines being blurred between councillors taking a decision on funding spend and officers as well. Now, there's probably a good reason why this has been delayed, and if there is, I would like people watching this meeting to hear it, and notwithstanding all the pressures that officers have been under, but maybe we just need to explicitly have people hear that.
Okay. Any feedback, Ms. Smith? Can you answer any of the questions that Councillor Hines just put up?
Yes, I'll hopefully try to remember them all and cover these off. Yes, we recognise that obviously we're bringing this forward in December. In terms of the timing of that, and we've had some crossover in determining the scope of the funding and what that could be, and working through trying to identify the projects. We started with the place-based funding. When we got the notification of the play park funding, for example, there was some potential crossover. So trying to look at where funding best fit. So play park open space could fit within place-based, but then we had the play park funding, so some projects could potentially fit in 2 categories, and some clarifications around the play park principles didn't come through till October. So we've had sort of timing issues around just trying to work that through. And obviously we're working, even though many of the projects were known from other funds or projects where staff may be engaged, or for example, in the case of Seaton, where we've seen other projects coming through, that time to go back to groups for them to get up-to-date costings, to get realistic. We've seen changes around costings and projects over the last few months, trying to be able to establish the projects were actually deliverable, and all of that has just taken longer than we would like that to be. We would absolutely like to be sort of ahead of the game, and part of that, bringing together projects and really understanding what's going on in each of our communities and building up that picture, is something that we've started on, and we want to be in that position so that come next year we're kind of ready-made with those projects. We better understand what's there. Are there competing priorities? Are there projects that could work together, etc.? So we need to build up that picture and be ready for the funding as it's coming through, rather than reacting to each fund where we've tended to be in the past. So we have that opportunity, and I know that's not where we're at now, but that is absolutely where we're going to be. But it's just taken longer to actually work through the detail of each of these projects and get to the list.
Okay, thanks very much. And that's really the headline there. You know, officers are planning for proactivity and not reactivity, and that's where we hope to be. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. And actually, Alison's answered some of my question, because I was going to say that I understand the difficulty in making decisions at short notice when funding comes in, and there's always going to be a perception of winners and losers. But knowing that funding is going to be forthcoming in future years, it would be really good to get a shovel-ready list which is prioritised. So we kind of know in advance what the priorities are and we're ready to act. But you did kind of answer that. Notwithstanding that, as you would imagine, I'm delighted about the funding to the Monifeith Community Centre. I think that there isn't a community group that deserves this more. They've put so much work into the project, and they've got so far off their own hard work, that to see the council prepared to partnership and help them get it over the line is just fantastic. And I know there'll be a lot of people in Monifeith absolutely thrilled with this. And I suppose another question around that is just the partnership working side of things is great. Do you see this continuing with community groups in this way, and do you see it moving forward in any other direction? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Whiteside. Councillor McMillan Douglas. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Sorry, Provost, I didn't hear you. I'm not sure if we're in questions or comments now, because most of these things.
It's sort of been questions, but there has been bits of comments. Go on, question, just a question.
Well, no, mine's a comment. So if you want me to wait, I'll wait. If not, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, just hang on till the end. We'll see if there are any more questions come up. Councillor Fotheringham.
Mine's my questions have actually been answered, the ones that Councillor Whiteside and Councillor Hands asked, Provost, but I'll have a comment when the time comes, please.
Okay, fair enough, to leave you up. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yeah, I normally leave questions about parochial matters to my colleagues in South Angus, who always seem to feel they are getting a poor deal. But my question's really directed at Councillor Salmon, the convener. I look down the list of projects that are benefiting from this place initiative, and I see some pretty chunky numbers being spent in Arbroath and in Brechin and in Monifeith. And I look down in vain for Montrose and seeing there is absolutely nothing going to Montrose. I do share some reservations about how quickly this has been done, and it does seem a little bit ad hoc. And thankfully, I'm not going to have to explain to the residents of Montrose why there are no Montrose projects there, because I'm hoping that Councillor Salmon is going to provide that explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Provost.
Is my question not going to be answered, Provost?
Well, hopefully, just ask it again.
Was it not clear?
Well, go on.
I'm asking Councillor Salmon to explain why there are no Montrose
Oh,
projects on
sorry,
the list.
Councillor Duff,
That was my question. Yeah.
Beg your pardon. Councillor Salmon, I'll let you explain that to your fellow Montrose councillor.
I think I'll be moving this report very soon and making a statement, so I'll leave it to that point.
Okay, thanks very much. There's your answer. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, just to ask a parochial question, as Councillor Duff seems to think South Angus South councillors do. Yeah, and he's just mentioned one the same, saying that Montrose aren't getting their fair share. Well, again, £720,000. My question I'd written down before this started this afternoon was, how have these projects been identified and why haven't councillors been alerted to it beforehand? Because if I knew there was a fund of £720,000, I'd be making sure that there'd be something for Carnoustie in there other than the 23,000 amount that's there. We should have been contacted before about this, or at least there could have been something that came out ahead of the council meeting asking us to forward suggestions for expenditure on this. So my question really is, who's decided this? Is it council officers? Is it council officers liaising with the head of communities, convener of communities, or what? Because I'm not sure who's actually decided the actual projects and how much should be given.
Well, I think Councillor Salmon will maybe explain that at the end, but I'll give Mrs.
Well, I'm not sure if she come at the end, because we need to know before we're going to do any votes on this.
He's going to speak and give an outline, but Mrs. Smith, do you want to say anything, answer any of the sheet, which I think actually, you know, are self-evident, but if you want to expand.
Yes, I can. So this wasn't an open call. It wasn't a call for applications out to the wider communities. What we tried to do was identify projects, as I say, that were happening, that were in progress, projects where communities team or other officers have been working with projects, identifying what's in communities. We did a sort of a trawl across the known to see what projects were in track that would, as I say, the March 31st deadline and the deliverability of projects. We drew together a list with some proposals, including what could be done within the terms of the parameters of the projects, and that's what's presented in the report, which is recommendations for the projects which could meet that criteria and deliver on time.
There you are. That's the answer. Okay, let's move on. We have now got Councillor Braze.
It's a comment, Provost.
Well, leave it to the end. Just hang on to there any more. Councillor Fairweather.
Mine's a comment.
Okay. Councillor Nicholl.
Comment.
Okay. Councillor Boyd.
Yes, thank you, Provost. My question is the renewal and play park fund, where I listen. Oh, first of all, Alison, many congratulations on your new post. Thank you very much. I know I've sent you that privately as well, but all the very best. And I look forward to hopefully working with you post May when we can get all these things sorted out properly. But the situation with the question I have is under that renewal and play park fund, and you're mentioning that you've been discussing with other officers the situation. We do have a problem in Carnoustie with Bitskelly Park, and this has been going on for quite a considerable time. So I'm surprised. It's great to see that the seafront seats and bins, that's been going on for quite a considerable time. So thank you very much for getting that above the line. But there has been that. Now it might be coming out of a repair and renewal fund or whatever, but do you know why it wasn't? I have to ask a question just now rather than a comment. Do you know why that is there, and why does a brand new splash unit in Montrose need replacements already?
Thank you. So yes, you are right that this is an additional play park funding and is over and above any sort of repairs and budgets that we would have anyway within our play parks. I would need to check the detail, I'm afraid, of where Bitskelly is on that. And it may be that it's within the programme anyway for repair and renewal, but I don't have that detail to hand, I'm afraid, at the moment. I can come back on you.
No, thank you for that, Alison. I'm sure you didn't have that at hand, but the main one really was, I suppose, is why is there, with a brand new splash thing, there are units being replaced already?
Provost, can I come in and be helpful there with Provost?
Yeah, go on, Councillor.
Yeah, just as a local member, we'll answer that question. But it's not actually the splash unit. They're actually defining the splash as the location. It's actually a piece of equipment that's beyond repair, I believe, that's being replaced within the play park at the splash. That's helpful for Councillor Boyd.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks for clearing that. Okay, let's go on to comments now. Macmillan Douglas.
No.
Yep, certainly,
Sorry.
Provost.
Provost, can I move this report first, please, before we go into comments?
Provost, I've got my hand up for a question.
Where about? Sorry. Okay, beg your pardon. Okay.
Sorry, I just put it up
sorry,
there.
I didn't see it.
I know, I was late on actually.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask Alison if it was, at what point will we be able to put forward or think about new places? Now, we've just had a decision taken on the Forfar Leisure Centre, and I would really be hoping that we could be looking at an extension of the play park in Forfar. Because it is the only borough which doesn't really have a very good play park. People leave Forfar to take their children up to Peter Pan or down to Carnoustie or anything like that. So at what point do you think we will be able to consider new ideas?
I would say from now, I mean, I'm happy to hear of any ideas, projects that are, are either being thought about or are being developed, and what community groups are doing. Obviously, we can do our own communication, we can do our community engagement, but we don't always reach everybody. So always keen to hear, what other proposals might fit within the scope of any of these funds, or, other developments. As I say, we're looking at is that development of what's happening in each place, under these new place plans that we'll be looking to develop, what's happening in each community to try and build up that picture. So happy to take ideas and information or contacts from now, but we'll obviously be going out to do that more formally to make sure we get out to all communities, encourage them to come forward with new ideas.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Devine. Councillor Salmon, I'll just get the rest of the comments in and then you move the report. So we're going to be Councillor Macmillan Douglas.
Provost, thank you very much.
Comment.
I greatly welcome this paper. It's very good to see a positive paper being brought forward in a timely way. And I very much congratulate the convener and officers for doing this. Starting with the Village, Town and Community Halls Grant Fund, it's marvellous to see, in part, a quick response to the devastating storms that certainly substantially damaged property and people's lives up in the glens of Angus, even as far down as Lintrace and Inverarity. When electricity and indeed in certain cases water is cut off for over a week, even if you have good broadband, which many people in the glens do still have.
Douglas, sorry to interrupt, but we're talking about play parks.
We're talking about play parks and community halls, I think, Provost. Community halls where part of this money might go, as local people would like, towards electricity generation, which would help people getting their devices recharged, their mobile phones recharged, and improvements to their communications. And so that is greatly welcomed. So far as play parks are concerned, the investment into Martin's Park in Kirriemuir, a park which I think last had investment when the Provost was first elected, which is going back a year or two, it will be extremely welcome, as will the £50,000 for the Den footpath, which is very popular and runs through Kirriemuir. So I very much welcome this paper, and I very much hope that people won't try and delay its implementation, because it will be very, very helpful to a great number of people. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macmillan Douglas. Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. Just to follow on from what Councillor Macmillan Douglas has said, and I'll be brief because I know a lot of my colleagues want to speak. But Councillor Hands and I were elected in 2012, and Jean Lee has worked so hard, absolutely so hard, and her and her team to bring a community facility at the waterfront in Montefieth, and this 250,000 will allow them to see the funding for this group, which will now allow them to meet their funding shortfall and commence building works for a new community facility at Montefieth waterfront. So I'm absolutely delighted, like
Councillor McMillan Douglas's, to see this report. I'm also delighted to see, because the Blue Seaway is so well used, and the amount of replacement, because there's 2 caravan parks at the front and a beach. And I'm also comforted, I take hands Councillor Whiteside and Councillor MacDonald has said about the report and information, some of the information in the report and the timing of it, but I take comfort from it, to use Councillor Whiteside's, that Ms Smith has assured us we will now have a shovel-ready list for the next tranche of money, because I believe there are other tranches. So delighted to see this, and it's good news all round. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff, is that an old hand? Because you've had a shot. Yeah, you've had a shot. Councillor Brace.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Provost. I really just wanted to commend Brechin City Football Club Community Trust Hub and also the Brechin Community-led Tourism Group for the absolutely sterling work that they've done over quite a lot of months now. And while they're doing quite different things, they have something very much in common, and that's a huge amount of enthusiasm for the city of Brechin and a huge desire to continue to build that community. And surely that's what this funding is all about, building stronger communities. And so I think they're very worthy recipients of the funding, and I wish them well. When it comes to the Brechin Den, yeah, well, my fellow ward councillors and myself have had quite a lot of involvement at early stages. It's really quite an interesting project, because it started off as a big drainage problem that fell to the Brechin Common Good to sort. And so by pulling in various different funding streams, we're going to end up with something much better than what was there previously. And yes, it has taken a fair bit of money out of the Common Good Fund, but hopefully it will be used, and it will be a great attraction for people in the future. I would echo others' comments about my uncomfortableness about just seeing these things, a week ago. It doesn't really sit well with me. I listen to Alison Smith, and I quite understand that there are reasons for that, and I accept that, but it's not the best place for councillors to be in. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brazen. I think many other people share your discomfort, but as we said before, Ms Smith and the team, they've just got to react on what they're given. But thank you. Councillor Fairweather.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Can I just say, right, first of all, that I agree with Councillor Whiteside's opening remarks. Provost, any suggestion to defer this report will simply stop projects going forward. Do you really believe that would be a good idea? I would think not. Right, holding this up is only going to be detrimental to the projects that have already been identified. Let's move this on. Right, we can prioritise other organisations, their bids in the next tranche. Alison Smith has already said we can do that from now. So let's get on, let's agree this report, and let's certainly not hold it up. Yep. Thank you.
I agree entirely with you, Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you very much, Provost. As Councillor for Brechin and Edzell, I'm very pleased to see the Brechin City Football Club Community Trust receive the capital grant of 50,000 to provide funding to allow the delivery of the 600,000 phase for the full-size G3 facility fencing floodlight, along with the generous involvement of Bruce Mackey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost. A lot of my comments have already been said, so I'll not repeat them other than welcome this fund coming forward. It's allowed many projects in many areas to get the kickstart they need to move on. And fair enough, there may be disappointment the ones that haven't got it this time, but there will be other opportunities. And again, I welcome the money coming to Brechin for the community hub at the Brechin City Football Club. It shows how private enterprise and community and local government can work together to deliver something better than the two individuals can on their own. So I just welcome the money here, and we'll look forward to seeing good developments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I wanted to specifically thank Mr. Bell for his deputation today. Did raise really valid points, and I would very much like to the minutes to reflect my views on that. Likewise, I'll support the bids going forward, but our caveats around that deeper public engagement and the level of detail in the paper, I would like minuted as well, and very much look forward to working with Alison around the next stage of that funding. Thank you.
Right, now, colleagues, there's Councillor Braze has spoke, Councillor Fairweather, Councillor Hans, Councillor Cheap. Hands are all still up, and to me, everyone have spoken, so these are historic hands.
No, mine's a comment. Mine's a comment, Provost.
One moment, one singer, one song. Remember, one question or one comment. Now, I take them to be historic hands because I know that Councillor Hans has spoken and Councillor Cheap has spoken.
Well, that was a question, Provost. I've got a comment.
Question or a comment? I said at the beginning. 3 minutes.
Pointless having a question or a comment.
We can stand in orders. I'll tell you, Councillor Cheap. Okay. Right. So I'm now going to go on and to Councillor Salmon and ask him to move the report.
Thank you, Provost. We seem to be doing this in reverse today, but never mind. I will stress a lot of these points I'm thinking about what I'm about to say. You know, and I'm a bit disappointed. We've had a sort of a lot of negativity around the good work that our officers have actually been doing through the COVID and trying to bring this report forward, as well as dealing with COVID-19 in our communities. And I'd like to thank them for the excellent work that they're doing. And I'll now go on to move this report. So in moving this report, I would seek agreement to all the projects as outlined in the report. I would also highlight recommendation 4, that a further report will be brought to the next full council setting out the process and engagement of the funds for future years. The next tranche of funds is available in early 2022, and consideration by full council will be made for another batch of exciting community projects then. I'd like to thank Mr. Bell for his deputation today, and I would ask him to engage with council officers to have the Skills Academy project considered in the next tranche of money, which I've just said will be available in early 2022. I'd also like to send out the same message to any other community project in Angus. Please contact Angus Council's community team or your local councillor and get your project registered for consideration. I'd now like to move on to the place-based funding. The 3 main individual projects in Arbroath, Moneyfeith and Brechin are community-led projects that are within touching distance of being delivered by the local community-led project teams, and they need these final funding allocations to get them over the line and allow their projects to become a reality. Once constructed, they will bring massive benefits to the communities of Arbroath, Moneyfeith and Brechin. I would like to congratulate the hard work, vision, ambition and endurance that these specific community-led committees have sustained to bring these projects to life. Please remember, these are not Angus Council projects. They are projects created by the community groups themselves, with support from different partnership agencies, including Angus Council. My colleagues have already outlined the benefits. If I'd spoken earlier, I was going to ask them to outline the benefits. I think they've all done that from Brechin, Moneyfeith and Arbroath, so we don't need to do that again. But I would also ask colleagues to back the smaller projects that are here today, because these are, though they're smaller, They're also very vitally important to the communities concerned, so I'd ask that all the projects are supported today. The other grant fund I'd like to highlight is the Angus-wide Village and Town Community-led Hall Fund, which is quite a lot there, for energy efficiency and resilience improvement. Storm Arwen showed us loud and clear the need to have community halls, mainly in our rural areas, that are resilient when power is cut off. The need for backup generators or other forms of electricity generation became very evident. Shelter, heat, hot food and mobile charging were areas of need in the storm, and I welcome SSEN's commitment to the creation of the North East Resilience Fund. Angus Council's new fund will complement SSEN's, but will also allow halls to bid in to create energy efficiency measures all year round. Colleagues will see many other projects listed from all over Angus, which will bring positive benefits in many different ways to the towns and villages in that locality. So I say, if a project you support is not on today's report, there are future opportunities just around the corner to help deliver a project in your ward. These funds don't end today. They are the start of a journey over many years to support community projects all over Angus. So ask your project to reach out to council officers and begin the journey to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Hand, I see you've got your hand up, and Councillor Boyd. Councillor Hand. Councillor Hand.
Because I wanted to make a comment, but I was trying to check standing orders here, because I think we're allowed a question and a comment.
Yeah. Okay. You've got your comment. Then go on, and Councillor Hand.
Thank you. Just for clarification, that's the same for everybody else.
Yeah,
I was just wanting, I have said quite a lot about Moneyfield Community Resource Centre already, and I echo what's been said as well, so I'm not going to say much more than that. I just also wanted to point out, the Councillor Fotheringham quite rightly mentioned the work that Jean Lee and her team's done, and they've been tireless. I also just wanted to mention another name who was prior to Jean Lee and who also kept the hope alive for 10 years, and that was Margaret Copeland as well. So this is probably around about a 20-year project finally seeing fruition today. It's absolutely fantastic for Moneyfield. Councillor Fotheringham mentioned as well about the Blue Seaway, and again, I'm also delighted to see funding in that, because people may or may not know the proposed location of the Moneyfield Community Resource Building is down at the seafront at Moneyfield. So the Seaway is there as well. Councillor Fotheringham mentioned about the 2 caravan parks. We've also had recent investment from Scottish Government in terms of the increased numbers of trains stopping at Moneyfield. We've had the improvements to the cycle and walking path, the coastal path as well. You know, all of these things coming together. What a fantastic future the Centre of Moneyfield is going to have, and I do welcome the report today. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hans. Thank you, Councillor Boyd.
My apologies, Councillor Proctor there. I couldn't find the moving from one screen to the other there. Too much, I wasn't going to say anything, but since there seemed to be this confusion of whether you're allowed to make a question or a comment, but therefore I will now make my comment. It was actually back to what Councillor Brazier just said, the uncomfortableness of how this has been dealt with, and I have to agree with him totally on this and how the administration have dealt with this. But just to say, it's only another 140 days to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think we've discussed this enough. Do we agree with the recommendations and set out in paragraph 1 and move the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Colleagues, we have got one more deputation, and I'm conscious that the lady's been sitting there. So are you happy that that I propose that we vary the order of business and hear the deputation for item 12 at this time from Ms. Fiona Suter? Are we happy to do that? Agree to that?
Provost.
Agreed. Great.
Rejoins the meeting.
Hmm?
Councillor Speed.
Aye, and we'll try and get Councillor Speed back into the meeting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. She's back.
Councillor Speed is aware, Provost. I've just messaged her and she's acknowledged it, so she'll be coming back in.
Councillor Fotheringham, we still can't seem to get hold of Councillor Speed of you.
She's read my message, Provost, and she's answered it, saying she's coming back. So I'll give her a phone and see if she's having any bother.
Right, colleagues, thanks very much. It's Councillor Speed back. If we could now invite Ms. Shooter and give her deputy.
Thank you very much.
You've got 10 minutes, Ms. Shooter, and then after that, people will ask any questions that they want, and then you could then leave the meeting, okay?
Brilliant, thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks very much, everybody. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. And I wanted to speak to you on agenda item 12, which is the update on improvements to public toilet provision, and particularly the inclusion of a changing places toilet at Arbroath West links. My name is Fiona Suter, and I am Inclusive Communities Director for the charity PAMIS. For those of you who haven't heard of PAMIS, we are a national charity. We support people with profound and multiple learning disabilities and their families and carers. Our organisation has been supporting this group of people for over 30 years. PAMIS are the founders and co-chairs of the UK Changing Places Toilet Consortium, and we are the lead organisation in Scotland for the provision of Changing Places toilets. So the families that PAMIS support have a range of disabilities that are quite complex and prevent them from using standard accessible toilets. So a standard accessible toilet doesn't have enough space and doesn't have the right equipment for them to use. We work alongside the charity Muscular Dystrophy UK in England to raise awareness on this fundamental human rights issue. and we offer free advice and support to local authorities and venues looking to include a changing places toilet within their local area. So we estimate there are over 250,000 people who can't use accessible toilets and for whom getting out of their house and accessing their local community is extremely challenging. We support a number of families in the Angus Council area who were keen for me to come along today and explain to you why a changing places toilet at the West Links Park would be life-changing for them. So I actually have previously worked as a leisure attendant many moons ago at the West Links Park. So I know the park well over the years, and I know how important it is to the locals, but also for people that are holidaying and traveling to the area. And I know that the recent investment in the facilities and the work that has been done to make it inclusive and accessible is, from PAMIS's point of view, exemplary across Scotland. We've been involved over the years with the development of various inclusive outdoor spaces and work closely with Play Scotland to ensure that their national strategy for inclusive play and leisure spaces is put into practice. The wheelchair swing and accessible crazy golf, the adapted bike scheme, and the future plans for a barrier-free paddling pool combined with the Place for Everyone project, we believe would make Arbroath a national leader in terms of accessibility in outdoor spaces. So from our point of view, including a changing places toilet at the West play a crucial part to this. We recently commissioned a UK-wide survey, which I'm happy to share with everybody here afterwards, which asked people across Scotland, including the Angus area, where they would most value a changing places toilet, and beaches and outdoor spaces topped the list. The families that PAMIS support and the wider disabled community who use changing places toilets use them for a whole variety of reasons, such as those who might have had a stroke, have epilepsy, motor neuron disease, recovering from cancer, and they desperately want to have a day out with their family like everyone else, and there's actually not a plethora of these facilities in Scotland. We have seen the fantastic impact that beach wheelchair programs in other areas have made, and we believe that there's similar scope for similar here. The inclusion of a network of changing places toilets across the Dumfries area, combined with work they have done to improve and install fully accessible play parks and forest walks, has led to the area becoming an inclusive tourism hotspot, with many of our families who were previously unable to visit the area now choosing to holiday there regularly. People will travel many miles to visit a destination that is fully accessible to them, and they will spend money in the area. The Purple Pound is estimated to be worth around £249 billion in the UK, and becoming fully accessible and including a changing places toilet is the key to unlocking this, so that people can actually visit and then spend their money. The location that's been identified at the West Links is ideal since it is on site and at the heart of the park, and families they wouldn't have to leave halfway through their day out and make their way to the centre of town, which is very difficult for them to do and adds additional stress for family carers. PAMIS have worked across political parties at a national level recently to secure changes to planning legislation as well as Scottish building standards, both of which now contain a mandatory requirement for all new larger public venues to include a changing places toilet. And we were delighted that in the recent programme for government, the Scottish Government have prioritised changing places toilets by providing a £10 million fund to assist in the creation of more of these facilities. And while we are awaiting more detail on this, it would seem that the proposal made for the West Links is a really great opportunity for Arbroath to lead the way and kickstart a network of changing places toilets across the authority over the coming years, which follows on from the commitment that the Council gave back in 2015. I would like to close by offering PAMIS's full support to the Council, and we can offer free advice and support going forward with the planning and design of the facility, and we can also offer ongoing national promotion once the facility is open. From speaking with the families that we support who live in the area, there is a clear need and full support for this, and we know that families will travel across Scotland to visit and stay in Arbroath. And I just wanted to close with a comment from a local parent carer who's called Irene Paul, who passed me a statement about her daughter Amy. So I'm just going to read that to you just to finish. Irene says that having a changing places toilet at the West Links, combined with the existing wheelchair swing and other accessible activities, would make the area an ideal place to spend a day out for Amy and ourselves, knowing we won't have to cut short our visit to find suitable changing places toilet facilities elsewhere or return home. Public toilets don't have the necessary equipment or space to enable Amy and myself as her carer to manoeuvre safely due to the lack of space, and this impacts on her comfort and dignity. We have to carry lots of equipment with us, and I have had to lift Amy and lay her onto toilet floors. This can take a considerable time out of a trip. Often there are accidents which are unpleasant, and it really makes our whole day out very stressful. I am really hoping that this changing places facility at the West Links will be agreed and become a reality, and I look forward to using these excellent facilities in our town. And that's from Irene. And that sums up my deputation today, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shooter. That's very well put, and a lot of us have got disabled people, and I'll now ask, you're allowed to ask questions, Ms. Shooter. Right, Councillor Dunlop.
I'll wait until you actually have an amendment on this paper.
No, but this is not a paper. This is a deputation, and
after the
deputation, just given a deputation, and you're allowed to ask a question of her. When we actually come to the item, then if you've got an amendment, then we can put it forward. Okay.
Okay. Can I ask a question as well?
Ask.
Thanks, Mrs. Suter, for coming today. Do you have any data on the amount of people that actually use the toilet facility that we have at the moment at the harbour?
I actually don't know if we've got tangible data on that, but I can find out. And we have had feedback recently of people being able to enjoy a day out that haven't maybe needed to use the toilet, but it's the toilet being there has given them the confidence to travel in the first place. So I was chatting to a family whose daughter has epilepsy, and they were wanting to come and take part in some activities, but the daughter is a teenager and she is really anxious about going out in case she has a seizure. Needs somewhere to change, needs the extra space to change. And so they were able to come and stay for the weekend, book accommodation, and thankfully she didn't have a seizure, so she didn't need to use the change of places toilet, but it gave them the confidence to go out as a whole family.
Right, and they do have a map of where all the Pacific toilets are, do they?
Yeah, we PAMIS co-chaired the Change of Places Toilet Consortium. So one of the ways that we promote the different facilities that are available across the whole of the UK is we add a web page onto an online toilet map, and that's where a lot of families look to see if they're, if they don't live locally and they're traveling or they're on holiday, they'll use the map to find out where they would, where the nearest facility is, and to help them plan their journey and choose their destination.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I've got data to say that the one that we have at the harbour is only really busy at the holiday season, just in the last 6 weeks. So that's great to know that holidaymakers can find it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Fiona, for coming along today and giving that presentation. When Councillor Salmond suggested that we look for something down in the West Links area, I was fully on board with Mark there to try and see if we can get this to reality. So it's just to give you my assurance today that I would be supporting this paper when it comes up in the next agenda item. But just to ask, you mentioned about you're there and your phone's always on for the council coming and asking for any assistance. Have you been introduced to Alison Smith? Is she aware that offers there, other than just what you said today?
No, that's why I was hoping to come along today as well, just to introduce myself. And, you know, I'm part of a small team and we have an inquiry service. And, you know, that's part of the role that we have, is to offer free support and guidance all the way through the planning and design process, to, you know, into the equipment being installed, and then promotion on the other side of it, and helping get the word out that the facility's there. So happy to support in whatever way we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shooter. Councillor Speed.
Yep, thank you, Provost, and a huge coming along and doing your deputation today. I just wondered if you could explain the impact that has on a family, first and foremost, when there isn't a change in places facility near, you know, to where they want to go, to travel to, but also when they do go somewhere and they have to then perhaps look for a change in places venue. So they have to leave the activity that they're doing to go and seek one out. What kind of impact? What's that journey like? I would imagine, or I certainly know firsthand, that it's not a case of perhaps, you know, you or I jumping in our car or on our bike and whipping off and going to the toilet and coming back again. I mean, can you explain what that journey's like and the impact it has? And also, can you explain perhaps as well the impact of the pandemic for people with profound and multiple complex needs and disabilities, and their ability to even day to day have their needs met, but most certainly go out and take part in kind of leisure and recreational activities? Is that likely to have impacted?
Yeah, so sorry. Yeah.
I've just said thanks, Councillor Speed. You had about 3 questions there, but go on.
Yeah, I'll try and remember. That was a 3-parter. About how difficult it is. Basically, fundamentally, a lot of the families that we support and talk to day to day simply won't make the journey without the change of places toilet being there. So they're really isolated and limited in what they can do, the activities that they can take part in. And, you know, ultimately, I guess, you know, going for the toilet is a sort of fundamental human rights issue. And without those facilities there, you know, it has a health impact in that we've got people that are actually undergoing operations to help, you know, have a colostomy bag basically because there aren't enough toilets, and they can't, you know, they can't go for a whole day out without these life-changing facilities. And the pandemic, I guess, has had a huge impact on that because our families have been shielding, which, you know, brings an extra anxiety about getting back out and about into society and taking part in the activities in their local community. So, you know, having the facility there is a massive reassurance to the families, whether they, you know, whether, as I sort of explained earlier, it's not so much about them, how many people use it, as it giving people the confidence to get out there and make the most of what their community has to offer. And, you know, I just think that with the West Links location and the work that's been done to make that accessible, you know, I know a lot of communities across Scotland are striving really hard to achieve what I guess you've already done, and its kind of beach location is definitely ticking all the boxes in terms of the feedback that we have from surveys and at consultation about where people would most like to see these facilities. I hope that answers some of your questions.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Shooter? Councillor Dunwell, your hand's still up. Maybe take it down on yours, Councillor Speed. I could maybe just take them down. Thank you, Councillor Speed. Brilliant. Okay, Ms. Shooter, thank you very much for that most informative and you know, account of what you're giving in presentation, and I absolutely agree. I've got disabled grandchildren, and I know where it's coming from. Very important, and once again, thank you very much. And we'll now move on now, colleagues, to item 12, where we will discuss the update on improvements to public toilet provision. Councillor Salmond. Yeah.
Sorry. Right, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you, Provost. And firstly, can I just thank Fiona for that excellent presentation, and I found it very informative, and I'm sure all my colleagues also found it very informative. And I was actually delighted to find out that Fiona actually used to work down there. I wasn't aware of that, so she's got first-hand knowledge of how the West Links operates, and obviously the location of our existing toilets and the location of the proposed new changing place toilet. So that was heartening to know that she thinks Angus Council have chosen the right location for this new toilet. So firstly, I would like to acknowledge the amendment brought by Councillor Durno and Councillor Devine to allocate the 100,000 to public toilets in Angus. This administration fully supported the proposal by accepting the amendment. Meetings then took place with Councillor Durno and Councillor Speed to discuss the specific requests each had made at the 24th of September Full Council meeting. And as today's report outlines, both councillors' requests have been brought before us today for consideration and agreement. 2 additional projects have been also added into the report. One was from Councillor Brays, that the IMPS community group who took over the community toilets at the Inch and Brecon be given an annual grant of £1,800 to assist in their running. This aligns to other community-run toilets. And secondly, a grant scheme for the same community groups that currently manage community toilets to bid in for infrastructure improvements. This fund was created on the back of information I became aware of that East Haven toilets could not open in the winter months as they had no electricity. While all of our community toilet groups are doing an excellent job, the team at East Haven have one of the highest footfalls due to its location on the North East Route 1 cycle path, and are determined, they tell me, to open all year round. I met with Wendy Murray from East Haven this week to get a better understanding of their requirements, and to my delight, Wendy has already persuaded a local university to advise how an environmentally friendly scheme can be developed to generate electricity to power the toilet building, and will soon be in a position to apply to the grant for community toilets, if, of course, we all agree the report today. It was an absolute pleasure to meet such a positive and passionate local community volunteer who doesn't just talk the talk, but actually puts their heart and soul into delivering for their community. I look forward to seeing the lights on at East Haven toilets and the building having hot water and heating, all done in the greenest and environmentally friendly way as possible, as you would expect from the East Haven team. The inclusion of the changing place toilet at Arbroath West Links is one piece of a jigsaw of an ambitious future development of Angus's busiest visited destination park. The Arbroath members were directly informed this week that Angus Council will again take back the running of the West Links, and that all council attractions will reopen as normal from April for the season. This announcement will provide certainty for the private business operators at the West Links and all the local and tourists who love visiting this location. The changing place toilets, if agreed today, will be completed by April and will ensure a welcome for all users of this busy park location. I would like to thank Councillor Wan and Councillor Speed for their persuasive reasoning about why the West Links was the ideal location for this new changing place toilet. And I'm sure both colleagues will expand in more detail as they address this report. I can't think of any reasons why all councillors present would not be supporting this report and making nothing but positive comments on the 4 areas of improvement to public toilet provision in our Angus communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon. Hands up, Councillor Durno.
Yeah, I believe I was too late to give an amendment, so I would just like to talk on this proposition since it's my area. Is that possible?
Well, could we ask some questions first and comments? would you like to ask some questions and crack on and
No,
ask?
I think that my questions have all been answered. I just really want to make the public aware of what the speaker was actually about.
Well, we'll see if we've got any other questions. If not, come back and you can make your comments. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Provost.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, a couple of questions. And do you know, many years ago I had the pleasure of meeting both James Hogg and Loretto Lamb from PAMIS, both inspirational people. Councillor Salmon mentioned existing community groups who look after local loos could bid in for infrastructure funds. Will we be contacting them proactively post this discussion rather than waiting for them to see it online, perhaps, so that they've got a head start on that and nobody misses out? And also, I think given the kind of ad hoc nature of the changing places developments, would it be possible for us to now undertake a kind of needs assessment and to see where other areas might benefit from such a facility? I know my work with the Kerry Connections group and travel, that, you know, a lot of what Fiona Souter said really chimed with us, because when people are planning journeys, they have to factor in regular loo stops and comfort breaks, and you know, I think we're probably, most of us are in that boat, whether we've got wee children or older parents or, you know, people with disabilities in our immediate circle. So I just think it would be a really good time for us to look Angus-wide at what is required around other areas as well, and I'm happy to support in our growth as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Provost,
for your questions.
Sorry, Provost, can I come and address Councillor Bell's questions, please?
Absolutely, that's just what I was saying.
And just give her a commitment of yes to both questions.
Okay, that's fine. Next one, question, Councillor Vaughan.
Yeah, one, Provost, I would just like a point of clarification. Councillor Durno said she was too late for her amendment. Is that correct? I thought she could please.
Yeah, I think Councillor Durno is wanting to speak, and I think we'll bring what she's wanting to say when she comes.
Right, okay, because I would be interested to hear what her amendment was if she knew maybe a better building or something down the west line. But never mind.
Councillor Vaughan, I think what we'll do is we'll let Councillor Durno say what she wants to say, and I think that's fair. Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost.
Provost, before you do go, we've gone over the.
We're losing you, Councillor Devine.
No, I'm here.
Yes, Provost, I'm trying to come in on a standing order. Scarlett King.
It's not. It's only 2 hours.
I've only done 2 hours.
I've only done 2 hours, Alec.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
He's as bad as me.
This feels like 3 hours, but it's 2 hours.
No, it's only 2 hours. 4 o'clock, Councillor King.
That's quite all right.
4 o'clock. Right.
I would like to thank Councillor Salmons for his commitment to that, because I do think we need to look at all the areas in Angus for changing places toilets. I was just wondering whether, I know this is public toilets, but I was just wondering if we are going to be looking at airs as well for right across Angus, because it is a need that we have seen, particularly in our growth actually, with all the camper vans coming this summer. So I hope that we can do that for next summer, perhaps.
Councillor Salmon.
I'm going to ask Mrs. Smith to come in, actually. I think she updated our growth colleagues on part of that yesterday.
Thank you. So, yes, so through the COVID monies approved in a previous report, we've got some money to do a feasibility research, but a piece of research really into motorhomes. So really trying to understand the demand in terms of need, what visitors are looking for that come to Angus, or what are the barriers as to why they're not coming to Angus. We're going to undertake that piece of research, better understand that market, and then that will also bring in what facilities they're looking for. So what's required in terms of stopover sites or access to facilities. So we'll be starting that in the new year. We've got the funding to do that, and that will bring in looking at how we use existing facilities, or actually what additional facilities we need to look at, and also how we work with the private sector, for example, to encourage them to have more stopover sites, etc.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Durno. Sorry.
Right, thanks, Provost. I just want to bring your attention to you, colleagues, that the update on improvements to public toilet provision. The 24th of September, you agreed to set aside 100,000 of COVID funding for recovery and renewal projects for the reopening of community toilets that were previously closed. I draw your attention to item 3 on the recommendations, the installation of changing places, facilities within the existing building at the West Linkside Road. While I'm totally supportive of ensuring we have toilets which are fully accessible where possible, it is important to make sure that any such facilities are installed in the most effective locations. The scenario of making adaptations to this building were never discussed. This is a large capital spend with no public consultation or community council engagement, similar to a crazy golf attraction. At 4.3 of your papers is consideration given to improving access to changing places facilities. I agree with extending access, but there is a changing places facility nearby, and the Community Council has indicated to myself this week that they are considering another site for such a facility, and they must be consulted on this. Lastly, on 5.5 of the document, the considerations of the introduction of changing places facility may be required. As we have heard from Mrs. Fiona Souter today, it is unfortunate that the deputation was not presented to our committee on the 24th of September, or through any correspondence with myself on this toilet block. Then it could have been included in the discussions. I propose that these monies should be kept aside at present, as we don't know if the community toilets may need some maintenance after this winter, and we need to consult with the Community Council and the general public on the changing places facilities location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Durno. Councillor Salmond, would you like to reply to that?
Where do I start? To be totally honest with you, I'm not quite sure really what Councillor Durno wants us to do. I'm really keen to push on and deliver these toilets so that they open in April, as I've outlined. The building has been surveyed by our property department. The costings have been done by our property department. I'm assured this is the best value to do this. Obviously delighted from what Fiona Souter said about she believes it is the ideal location. She has had experience personally from working there. We've heard also from Councillor Speed. It's the right location. I believe it's the right location to support the future expansion of the West Links as a slightly bigger tourist attraction than it currently is. So it's up to each individual elected member to make a judgment today, but I would certainly plead with you all, please support this, and let's move on and get this facility built and open and make it inclusive for all down at the West Links.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Salmond and Councillor Durno. Councillor King.
Oh, sorry.
Is that an old hand? Okay.
Old hand. I'm having
Okay.
problems.
Okay, no bother. I'm looking for a new hand. Councillor Hans. No pun intended there.
Provost, I would just like to draw members' attention to the fact that we're a public body, and as such, we've got to pay due heed to the public sector equality duty. And as part of that, we need to be consulting with local people and local groups affected. I think from what I've heard today from Ms. Souter's presentation, in terms of the research that they've done in terms of what the people using the facilities are asking for, they're asking for quite clearly a beach location. We've also heard as well that the Scottish Government have provided a fund of £10 million. So that's not to say that if other areas across Angus are identified, there couldn't then be bids in for additional toilets to be placed further in Angus. And can I just maybe make it a bit more light-hearted? I couldn't help but think of the double entendre we've had this afternoon about people talking about needs assessment. You know, it's quite but you know what, it's a basic human right to be able to go when you need to go with dignity. So I don't think anybody's actually talking at odds here. It's possibly just about priority. It sounds to me now, having heard Ms Souter's presentation, that let's go with the West Links now, and also let's be ambitious. Councillor Bell's identifying the need in Kirriemuir. I'm sure we all can. I was certainly delighted to get the funding again for the Moneyfief Resource Centre in Moneyfief. So we'll have a change in places toilet in our brand new building. Sorry, I just need to keep saying that because it has been a long time in the making for that building. But I think it's a win-win for everybody. Let's go with West Links and let's see how many applications we can identify and have successful for the funding that's available.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hans. Good counsel there. Councillor Speed.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Is it okay if I make a comment and statement with regards to this? Is that okay?
Go on.
Yep, thank you. As I'm sure you all know, changing places is something that I'm passionate about, and something that I've talked perhaps every day over the last 4 years about, and trying to champion for us to increase our provision of changing places within Angus. I'm delighted that my ask for a change in places facility at West Links has finally been considered, and I fully support the recommendations. This is fantastic news for all who will benefit, not just locally within Angus, but for visitors and tourists who also seek out accessible locations and rely heavily on change in places toilets to make their trip possible. This proposal really helps us build on our accessible Angus and tourism aims and objectives, a vision that I shared with the Council before being elected during public engagement events, and have endeavoured in my time as an elected member to help become a reality. Arbroath, our largest town, is steeped in history, with once upon a time being renowned as a top holiday destination. The ongoing progress and investment that has been made at the West Links, along with other key attractions, helps us to build on securing that status once again. The recent installing of the wheelchair swing and accessible crazy golf, along with the other activities on offer, such as the adapted bikes programme and hopefully soon beach access for wheelchair users, I believe will attract visitors young and old, near and far, and go a long way in helping us achieve our aspirations of Angus to be a great place to live, work and visit, and a place that truly and robustly works to maximise inclusion and reduce inequalities. Unfortunately, there have been similar opportunities within other localities, such as Forfar and Montrose, at key outdoor places and spaces, that I hope in future will not be missed again. It is crucial that we build a seamless network of change in places facilities and that the whole of Angus is accessible. PAMIS's work supporting families, parent carers and individuals with a profound and complex need or disability and worked hard to gather their voices from those with lived experience, and that this demonstrates the importance of changing places being the most preferred location, an outdoor seafront venue. I would like to finish with a statement that was sent to me this morning from a resident who is also a key support worker within Angus, and they express, I would like to support the proposal to install a change in places facility at the West Links in Arbroath. I support adults and young people in Angus who would greatly benefit from this. We access the adapted bikes and also the swing, however we are restricted due to the lack of toilet provision. This is one of the main problems and barriers on the already major limitations our supported people with such needs face. The fact that this is an area that has the potential to link in with the A92 Places for Everyone project proposals, as well as nearby holiday facilities that are also used by people who would use this facility, this would undoubtedly contribute to more families coming to Arbroath. I
Yeah.
hope that the decision makers consider this from the perspective of all people who would benefit from this and demonstrate how conclusive and inclusive and forward thinking the council is.
Okay, Councillor, thank you very much. That's a very good, eloquent plea. Your time's up, but thank you. Okay, Councillor Braze. Councillor Braze.
Yes, thanks, Provost. Yes, I said at the previous item that I was uncomfortable. When I first read this agenda item, I was very uncomfortable indeed. And really, there are a few reasons for that. The first is, if you look at the top of the front of the paper, it was agreed at the meeting of Angus Council on 24th September 2021 to set aside £100,000 of funding available for COVID-19 response, etc., for the reopening of community toilets. Now, what we have here regarding the West Links proposal is more than half that pot of money going to a project that isn't really what was agreed at the meeting on September the 24th. So I'm a bit uncomfortable about, well, more than a bit uncomfortable about that. The other thing is that I didn't know anything about this until I read it in the papers. And having read the papers, there is so little information given that I would find it really hard to make a decision on this, except for the deputation of Fiona Souter, whose presentation was very informative, very eloquently delivered, and has given me a great deal of comfort that this is indeed a sound project. And of course, on that basis, I'll be happy to support it. But I'm still left uncomfortable about the manner in which it's come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brace. Okay, noted. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I think I would share Councillor Bray's unhappiness about this project and the previous one, which I think Councillor Brace is absolutely correct. This is not what we agreed at the last council meeting. This has been diverted somewhat. And Councillor Salmond has been a councillor long enough to know how the capital projects work. This is a capital project. And I think Councillor Bell hit the nail on the head. We need to do an analysis across the whole of Angus and see what the need is. And that sounds like a substantial capital investment. So that needs to go into the capital plan, and we need to plan this expenditure. Let's remember, this is Buckshee money we got. This is COVID money this came from. I mean, I made an inquiry of one of the funding officers a couple of weeks ago about a very modest sum of money to support a food project. Quite an innovative idea. It's at early stages, and I was told there's no money left, no COVID money left. So that it just doesn't sit particularly well with me. I don't doubt there's a need here. There may be needs in other places, but we don't know that because we've not done any sort of analysis. This is a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. It's not been, I don't think there's been enough time to have thought about this investment properly. And again, like the previous paper, we're being bounced into spend with very little time to look at it. So I like Councillor Blaze. I'm a little bit uncomfortable about this. I don't doubt it's a worthy project and a worthy cause, but I'm not sure this is the way we should be doing things.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Duff. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I just want to echo the views of the last two speakers. That kind of wasn't expecting them to say that, but that's exactly what I feel on this. I went back to the papers and thought this doesn't tie up at all with what we agreed at the last council. I'm not saying I'm not supporting the concept of installation of changes place facilities at all. I'm very supportive of that, but it's not. We're not answering the question that we posed ourselves at council previously. What I'm happy I will go with this because I think this will be the majority view here. But on the caveat, if I could ask Councillor Salmond, that the sums proposed to items 1, 2 and 3 that come to the £58,000 are restricted to those sums, so that the £42,000 can be actually distributed to the needs of other areas in that case that do have requirements like East Haven, which I'm delighted to hear what you've said today about that. So, because I don't like the idea of this saying they'll get what's left of the 100,000 after the first 3 are completed. Well, if that 53,000 goes beyond 53,000, then we're going to be hit even more in other areas. So the fact, I hope you listen to what Councillor Brays and Councillor Duffin just said, and limit the sums to these 3 projects to what's in the paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Bray. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. I was actually number 3, not number 4. Provost, you know, I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe that councillors are uncomfortable about this particular toilet facility. I wouldn't care less how much it cost. At the end of the day, this is a facility that will enable disabled children and adults to enjoy the facilities that we all take for granted. I'm absolutely gobsmacked at Councillor Durno wanting to defer this. Can I just say as well, all the work and the effort, especially by Councillor Speed and our links with PAMIS, and Councillor Vaughan and the input he's put into this new change in place toilet at the West Links. I think their work's been exemplary, and I think we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Macmillan Douglas.
Thank you, Provost. I also greatly welcome this paper and the funds set aside for community groups to make improvements to public toilets that they already manage. This funding, as we see in the paper, will come on a first come, first served basis. This will be greatly welcome for Kirriemuir and Dean, not only for our residents there, but also for the tourists and therefore the tourism businesses. We in our small part of Angus know that Angus Castle is the 3rd most visited tourist site in Scotland. The whole area, including Kirriemuir and the Glens, benefits from tourism from all over the UK. This action by Councillor Salmond and colleagues to improve the toilets and help volunteer groups that run them will be very, very much welcomed because it is a real practical solution. I look forward to working with Councillor Salmond and his colleagues, both officers and elected members, in developing this across Kirriemuir and Dean.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macmillan Douglas. Councillor MacDonald.
Got the response from Councillor Fairweather was really interesting there, and also from Councillor Salmond, because when people have been scrutinising the papers, which is our job, Councillor Salmond seemed to consider that as being negative. Well, it's not necessarily been negative if you're just making sure things are done properly. And from what I heard from Councillor Brays and Councillor Duff, they were saying they didn't agree that maybe the process was quite right, but they on principle agreed with PAMIS toilets, and they agreed with the whole idea of getting a £10 million fund come in. Let's make sure we do it right so it benefits everybody and make sure these are put in the right places. That's what I heard Councillor Durno say. Now, I wasn't going to comment on this paper, but when Councillor Fairweather said, I couldn't care how much it costs. You know, I couldn't care how much it costs. We've been sitting about Forfar Leisure Centre and Ingalls Court. I couldn't care how much it costs, just get it done. Seems to be the sort of attitude that permeates. And it really, really frustrates me. I would love to see a toilet facility here. I'm going to support the paper. But I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues. These things need to be done right. So, and also the deputation was absolutely brilliant. I learned more in that deputation than I have done in a lot of things on the council. I thought it was really, really good. But let's go and be exciting. Let's go and be ambitious and do this properly. But yeah, it just summed that up to me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Councillor MacDonald. There are a few historic hands there, Councillor Speed, Councillor Fairweather, Councillor McMillan Douglas, and Councillor Whiteside, you would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Again, I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to come back after Councillor Fairweather as well. I thought he misrepresented the views that went ahead of him. I am supportive of the project. I thank Fiona for coming along and giving an excellent presentation, and that convinced me that the toilet is probably going in the right place. I think it should be our ambition to provide changing places toilets as and when we can, and as and when we've got the funding, and for that reason I do support it fully. But the comments about the process are absolutely right. We have to be seen to be scrutinising decisions, making the right decisions. We're just about to have a best value audit, and I think these things are very important to be raised. So I hope that's taken on board, and I do look forward to seeing this facility come into action in April. Thanks. Oh, one more thing. I think the work that Councillor Durno has done in bringing forward funds for reopening public toilets should be commended, because that makes a difference to a lot of people across the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. Absolutely right. We have now got Councillor Nicholl.
It's a comment. It's comments welcome just now.
Comment, that's just because we're getting ready to wind up. Nobody's spoken.
Right. Thank you very much, Provost. I'm pleased to see the IMPS group will receive 1,800 a year towards the opening of the Inch Park Brechin public toilets. This will be a great help for the running of the toilet for too many.
No pun intended. Thank you. Councillor Durno, you've had a shot. I'm sorry. It must be a historic hand. Okay, thank you. Right, colleagues, I think we've discussed this. Do we agree with the recommendations set out in paragraph 1?
Agreed.
Agreed, thank you. Right, let us go back on track now, and let's get back to item 7, which is the Angus Council annual accounts 2020 to 2021 and annual audit report to members. And Mr. Lorimer, Ian Lorimer is going to produce the report. Mr. Lorimer.
Thank you, Provost. This matter's already been to the Scrutiny and Audit Committee. I'm just trying to get the right page here. Just bear with me a second. The one thing to flag on this report is the covering letter, which starts on page 91 of the combined papers from Audit Scotland. That reflected the position at a point in time, but I'm pleased to confirm that the audit has now been completed and fully signed off with an unqualified audit opinion for Angus Council, for the Angus Council Charitable Trust, and for the Strang Mortification Trust. So I thought it was worthwhile just mentioning that as background. The audit process is entirely complete now as you receive this report. It's here for, there's obviously a fair bit of the report relates to the Audit Scotland report, and I know that Rachel Brown, I think Rachel Brown is on the call if there were any questions in regard to the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lorimer. As Mr. Lorimer said, it's been looked at, but scrutiny and audit. But have we got any questions? Councillor McMillan Douglas, question?
Apologies, Provost, mine's a comment.
Well, hang on. Any questions? No questions, okay. Councillor McMillan Douglas, you give your comment.
Thank you very much, Provost. I just thought it was worth noting a short sentence in the auditor's report, page 109, under auditor's key messages. Angus Council's budget processes were appropriate and planned efficiency savings were largely achieved. Now, it's one sentence, but to have done that through the year 2021 with everything else that was going on is a very, very substantial achievement. And as I was financial convener at the time, I certainly wasn't going to congratulate myself, but I was going to congratulate officers for managing to do this. And I think we owe them, and officers generally, a great vote of thanks on that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMillan Douglas. Are there any other comments? Okay, colleagues, do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Now go on to agenda item number 8. Scrutiny and Audit Committee, 30th November 2021. The Treasury Management Annual Report. Councillor Salmon.
Well, thank you, Provost. It's not actually me, it's Mr. Lorimer that's going to just give us a very quick. Yeah, well, it's a bit technical for me. I think I'll leave it to the director to cover.
Do you want to lead on, Mr. Lorimer? Have you been in
Thank you, Provost. There's not a huge amount to say on this report. Again, it's been to the Scrutiny and Audit Committee. It is a report that relates to last financial year, so the year ending 31st March 2021. The recommendation does ask the council to review and scrutinise, considering any commentary that may have come from the Scrutiny and Audit Committee. I don't think there was much commentary that really came from Scrutiny and Audit Committee, so it's really here for the council's consideration. But it is a factual report because it's reporting on what has already happened in terms of our Treasury position. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Lorimer, any comments? Are the recommendations in paragraph 1 agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Item 9, Treasury Management mid-year review. Again, Mr. Lorimer.
How lucky councillors are today, Provost, to have 2 Treasury Management reports on the agenda. This one again is a mid-year update, so it's reflecting on the position of Treasury Management in the first 6 months of the year. Again, it's a largely factual report. It only comes to council, so this one hasn't been to Scrutiny and Audit yet. The one thing I would flag on this report is the recommendation 2, which is an ask of council to make approve some proposed revisions to our counterparty limits as detailed in the report. We are carrying larger than normal temporary cash balances for the reasons that have been explained in the report, and we're asking for a bit of flexibility around the counterparty limits. That's basically how much money we can place with different institutions based on their credit rating. So we're asking for some changes to that between now and the end of the financial year. We'll see whether those revised levels are still appropriate when it comes to setting the Treasury strategy for the next financial year, but I would be grateful if council could consider those proposed amendments as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. You've got a question?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I just had a couple of questions for Mr. Lorimer on page 165, table 1, really. And obviously he's alluded to the fact that there is more money, if you like, in the bank at the moment. I'm guessing I mean, having seen those tables before, our cash seems to be sort of 20-30 million more than it normally is, and indeed our debt is less than one normally sees it to be. And I think we've mentioned that the CFR is about 164 million. So if we were in normal times, and I know that's a big if, we would normally expect to see us borrowing about, say, 150 with less cash. Is that a fair summation? I also note, just of interest, that the bank interest rate has gone up today, Bank of England, so that possibly may change things going forward. But I throw that one in as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Provost. Yes, so the CFR, the capital financing requirement that Councillor Duff refers to, it's a forward look in terms of what our borrowing need would be. What that is showing, I think, as Councillor Duff is saying, is an underlying requirement to borrow. That borrowing would be for our capital programme. Now we have an underlying need to borrow. We will need to borrow. It's really just a question of when we do that. We have been effectively postponing the timing of that borrowing because we've had higher than normal levels of temporary cash. Those levels of temporary cash, they exist for a variety of reasons, but most of that higher level that I've just talked about earlier is largely down to the circumstances that we find ourselves in with COVID, in terms of its impact on our capital programme. We have seen large amounts of additional funding coming our way. If I think back to the report that Council approved in, I think it was September, which was a revised budget strategy, you will know from that report that we plan to use some of our uncommitted reserves over a number of forward years. And what that means is that until those reserves are drawn down and used, the cash sits in the bank until we're ready to use those. So it's quite a complex picture in terms of why those balances are higher. We've also had some funding accelerated by government so that it can be paid on to councils in terms of COVID impact. So it's a little bit unusual in terms of our cash position, I think, as Councillor Duff alluded to. I expect that will probably continue for the next 12 months or so, at least, and look forward to bringing further updates to Council on how that position moves over the next year. I hope that answers the question, Councillor Duff, but happy to come back if not.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bell, question.
Thank you. Yes, I'm fair tickled by the use of the phrase small number of, because the total amount of money is quite a lot. I just wondered if perhaps our auditor Rachel could maybe comment, and would those changes be kind of broadly in line with what happens in other local authorities? I'd just be interested to know that, and I still regard Treasury management as the dark arts, but thanks for that.
Mr. Lorimer, have we got anybody who can answer Councillor Bell's question?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. I don't know whether it would be appropriate for our external auditor to comment on that. It is a matter of judgment for each council to make, and for each Section 95 officer, Director of Finance to make that. It's really a question of judgment as to what we think is appropriate to our circumstances. But I'll see whether Rachel's on the call and does wish to comment on that.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Councillor Brace, question?
I think Mr. Lorimer was asking if Mrs. Brown would like to comment.
Mrs. Brown, do you want to make any comments? Sorry, before I move on.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to come in briefly. Councillor Bell, I'm not sure I can answer your question in any detail, but as Mr. Lorimer said, it is a judgment for the council. We look at the council's treasury management arrangements each year, and that's part of our judgment that we form on financial management. So we've obviously given you our judgment on the 2020-21 financial management of Angus Council, and we're starting planning for this year. I can say after 5 years of auditing Angus Council that the council has prudent financial management arrangements in place, and reading these papers does not give me any cause for concern, but we would be flagging in our next year's audit report if we had any comments, and obviously reviewing these papers forms part of that audit process. So thank you.
Sorry, thanks very much, Ms. Brown. Happy enough with that, Councillor Bell? Yeah, okay. Councillor Brace.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. Yes, when I read this and see the figures, yes, these are really quite extraordinary amounts of cash balances for the council to be holding, and there are very good reasons for that, which we all know about. But the trouble with these balances is that inflation's nibbling away at them every day, and it's extremely difficult to try and minimise the amount of damage that inflation does to the balances. Mr. Lorimer, would it be fair to say that this is sort of a damage limitation more than anything else now, but in regard to inflation?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Provost. Yeah, so inflation is the enemy. And I think I haven't caught up on the detail yet, but I imagine that concerns over inflation are at least part of the thinking of why base rates have been raised. So the point I think Councillor Brace is making is that inflation, if your income returns are not keeping pace with inflation, then basically your purchasing power is being eroded. We are certainly not making anything like the level of inflation currently on our investments. We're way below that, as was noted in the previous report. So inflation is a concern for us in terms of its impact on our running costs. It's mostly relevant in a Treasury point of view because it tends to have an impact on the rates that we can borrow from the Public Works Loans Board. So we've been keeping a bit of an eye on that. There's a bit of a relationship between inflation and gilt yields, which is what PWLB rates are based on. So that's something we continue to keep an eye on. But inflation is more of a risk and issue in our economy at the moment than it has been for some years, as people will know from reports in the news yesterday and today. Thanks.
Okay, happy with that, Councillor Bray?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or any comments at all? Okay, no more questions, no more comments. Do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1.1?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay. We move on now to agenda item number 10, which is the COVID-19 update, and the report we're going to be given by the Chief Executive, followed by Councillor Fairweather. Ms Williamson.
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, councillors. Can I first of all draw your attention to page 106, paragraph 3. I've got an incomplete sentence there. It should read, likely to be impacted, and we are asking the public to be patient and understanding. So apologies for that error. Firstly, this report was written before the current guidance regarding Omicron was received, and as such requires an even more urgent agreement today. Since March 2020, we have been living our lives in a completely different way from what we've ever known. Similarly, in our work and in our partnerships, we've experienced unprecedented times and demand. I believe as a council and as a partnership, we've met this demand, delivered business as usual, and strengthened our relationships with partners, communities, and businesses. Just when we thought we were at the point of moving from response to recovery, we were proved wrong. This latest strain of the virus has set us firmly back in response mode. It's different. Our colleagues are really exhausted. After 21 months of this, there is a lot of challenges within our workforce and in terms of our partnership working. Storm Arwen, then Barra, squeezed the life out of the last of what some people had, but I'm proud to say as a council we stepped up and we had many compliments from members of the public and how we responded, both as a council and as a partnership. I bring this report to you today to raise once again significant pressures that are on public service. As we go into winter, we're experiencing an increase in absence, a likely increase in staff having to self-isolate, and an increase in demand due to citizens requiring to have to self-isolate, businesses turning to us for help, additional guidance being delivered at a speed that really is very difficult to manage and administer, the redeployment of staff to the wider public health response, and because it is winter, other concurrent events like storms, snow and ice. The report outlines particular pressures on different services and how stretched they currently are. I genuinely do not know how long services will be able to provide the business as usual that we've managed to keep up by and large over the past 21 months. We're currently looking at all our business continuity plans, particularly for the next 3 months, to make sure that they're sustainable. Normally your business continuity plans are things for short term, but given that we've got a number of concerns being raised throughout the world about Omicron, we have to make sure our business continuity plans can be sustained over a much longer period of time with everything else that's going on at winter. And genuinely, I don't know how long we'll be able to provide the business as usual. So you will see an impact on services. And if you like, we're prioritising our priorities, and our focus will be very much on the care for people aspect, not just in terms of Angus Council, but the greater need that public health will ask of us. Just take last week, for example. The contact centre had 600 outbound calls asking people if they needed support because they were having to self-isolate. We will see probably a bigger demand on food parcels and work we did at the very beginning of the pandemic coming forward, because we could be in a situation where whole families will be isolating under the new guidance, and that will take staff and partners away from what they currently are doing. Today, members, I really ask you to help us and also the public to be mindful of the demands being placed upon local government right now. We will prioritise, we will keep that focus very much on our citizens. It will be a major focus of what we do, but some things may not be done that people expect to be done, but be certain that we will prioritise appropriately so those in need, and sometimes those in need who are not the ones who are normally in need, are supported as best they can. We cannot do more than that. The report specifically asks for you to enable us to work swiftly and administer resources in a timely manner. As previously, this will be in discussion with the leaders and will be subject to a retrospective report that will come to Council outlining all the delegations that myself or other officers who have that delegation have taken. I remain optimistically realistic that Angus, the Community Planning Partnership, and as a council we will be able to respond over the winter months. It's just that some priorities will not have the same attention due to capacity. We're meeting as a silver incident management team now, back on a weekly basis. Gold, the strategic team, is meeting again on a weekly basis. And as I've said before, I chair the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership. We meet on Friday, and I can see that being stepped up at least on a weekly basis over the festive period. As colleagues move towards a short break over the festive period, I want to put on record my thanks for everyone who has been working excessive hours over the past 21 months. Many colleagues, as you know, will also be working Christmas Day and New Year's Day, and that takes them away from precious time with their families, and I can't thank them enough for that. As you'll be well aware from yesterday's figures, we're in real unprecedented times, and we should all be concerned about that and adhere to the public health advice. With that, Provost, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Williamson. I've got Councillor Miles with a question.
It's a comment. It's a comment, Provost.
Okay, well, question first. Any questions? No.
Provost, can I come in, please?
Yes, by all means.
Right, Provost, can I, Margot Williamson and Jackie, who had input into this report. Margot mentioned the public there, and many of the public are unaware of just how many services the council deliver. She said she thanked all our staff, and can I just say not just thank them but congratulate them, our officers and all our staff. Angus Council has delivered and will continue to deliver, and indeed even in the time of great difficulty, this has been an award-winning council. We've got difficult times and they're not finished. I was at a COSLA meeting just yesterday, and what I heard was alarming, and I think the difficult times are here to stay for quite a while. So I'm just going to finish by saying, and I'm going to ask that all, and I'm sure all our members will agree, a big thank you is due to all our staff, and can the Chief Executive please convey that to all our staff? Thank you.
Here, Councillor Fairweather, and I'm quite conscious of the time. We've got 5 minutes before the 3-hour rule. I'll ask Councillor Miles had his hand up. I'll let Councillor Miles speak, and then I propose that at 4 o'clock we break for a 15-minute recess and then can come back at 4:15 and continue with the business. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost, echo most of the sentiments of the leader there. We are living in unprecedented times, and public bodies have had to adapt and adopt many different practices to try and get on top of this situation. The COVID situation, especially Omicron, is changing day by day, and it's always difficult to make the right decision all the time. The vaccination programme started just over a year ago now, and the figures in the Public Health Committee and NHS board today identified we've had over 800,000 people in Tayside vaccinated. 800,000. And if you include the flu vaccine as well, it puts it over 1 million. That's a huge logistical job to do on top of what people are doing otherwise. But the benefits of that, it has been calculated, and I believe quite accurately calculated, 2,500 lives in Tayside have been saved by this vaccination programme. This is a tremendous achievement, and you can imagine where we'd be with an extra or another 2,500 people died if we hadn't gone down this route. Very difficult to implement, but the Angus and Tayside are the leading mainland authority to get the COVID uptake, and are leading the way in both the vaccination programme and the booster one as well. So a big thank you to all the staff, both NHS and local government, to have pulled together, and volunteers as well, to have pulled together to be able to deliver such an amazing feat in such a short time in unprecedented times. So well done all. Thank you. You're on mute, Provost.
Sorry on that, Councillor Bell. I'm conscious that we're coming up to the break time, so please continue.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, it's just, you know, the NHS has sent out flyers to households across the country, and you know, to help triage ourselves into the right part of the service. And you know, I notice from the paper that, you know, it mentions a campaign around how to get support. But I just wondered if there's any planned communications around our kind of normal business, if you like, just really promoting the website out there, so that you know, I think people have shown us they're pretty stoic in a crisis, but I'm pretty sure also that we're building up a bit of a backlog, and I can see an uplift in my caseload around things that people are now starting to feel a bit pressing, and I'm doing my best to kind of deal with those without referring to officers, but you know, really promoting that self-help council services would be really helpful. I'm sure it's in hand. I just wanted a bit of comfort around that, and I would just like to add my congratulations to all our council, health and social care partnership, NHS staff, and I'm really proud of being part of Public Health Scotland as well as a COSLA rep. This has been an enormous effort from everyone, and there's no end in sight, and I really don't underestimate the impact on people. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Bell. It's about the appropriate time for me to just move that in accordance with the provision in Standing Order 21.8, that the meeting will continue until the latest to 6 p.m, but that we now at 1600 or 4 p.m, that we take a 15-minute comfort break and return at 4:15 p.m. Is that agreed by all members?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. Colleagues, that is 16:15 or 4:15 p.m. And we will resume the meeting and go live. And we were on item 10, and we're now on comments from the report given by Mrs. Williamson and backed up by the leader, Councillor Fairweather. So, any more comments? What's on here? Councillor Boyd.
Yes, sorry, wrong button there. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much to Mrs. Williamson for the comprehensive conversation she gave us on Monday at the non-aligned group meeting as well. So, yes, we are going through dreadful times, and we need to support our staff as best we can. So this is my own personal plea that when it comes round to budget setting, that both groups, both political groups, non-administration or administration, will seriously consider putting up the council tax to make things that little bit easier for everyone. There's no need to be proud of the fact that we're the second lowest in council tax in Scotland. Let's make sure, put our money where our mouth is, and let's not stop all this rhetoric of how wonderful all our staff are. The way to help our staff is to ensure we put council taxes up in February. Thank you.
Okay. Margot?
Yeah, probably just before we leave this, and I'm conscious of time, but just to come back on Councillor Bell's comment about comms. I mean, we're really looking through the business continuity plans right now. If there are changes to services, and we do suspect there probably will have to be over the next few weeks, you will be the first to know, but we'll also actively put that up on our website if there's reduced services in particular areas, and outline and explain why. So I just wanted to finish with that.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Margot. Colleagues, are there any other comments on item 10? Do we agree to note the recommendations in paragraph 1? Agreed? Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item 11, Angus Alive update, and Councillor Boyd has intimated that he wishes to make a declaration of interest. Councillor Boyd.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have thought about this earlier. I feel I got to declare an interest here. As most of you know, I do have a lot of financial or business interests throughout Angus. One of them is a private gym and pool, and therefore I feel I need to declare that and leave the meeting because of it also is a financial interest. So thank you very much. I shall leave now and look forward to coming back once you've all discussed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyd. Right, Vivian Smith. Vivian.
Yes, I just wanted to introduce this report. It's a fairly familiar report now for Council, and it really is just giving an update as things currently stand as to the temporary operating arrangements, and those are set out in Appendix 1 for everyone to see. These may change, and if they are again, that would be communicated widely. The second recommendation in the report relates to the vaccination centres. You'll be familiar that Angus Council has designated 3 centres across Angus that are normally used by Angus Alive as vaccination centres. Those go through to the 31st of March 2022, but we're clearly having ongoing discussions with regard to those. In terms of the looking to make successful applications for external funding, there's some significant progress in that, and that's outlined in Appendix 2. However, the financial position for the Trust is really still quite challenging. And that's why we're taking forward a transformation project, and I'd hope to be able to bring our report early in the new year around progress in relation to that. And finally, the kind of main recommendation in this current report is for Council to agree the procurement authority for the supply and installation of some equipment. And that's outlined in section 5.1.1. The finance for that will come from Angus Alive's Renewal and Repair Fund, but because it's over a certain limit, the council needs to authorise the procurement arrangements. So Ms Hunter's here today as well, who could give any details that members may require in relation to some of the operational aspects, but I'm happy to take any questions, Provost.
Thank you very much, Vivian. First question, Councillor Hans.
Thank you, Provost. Just before we turn to this item, and this is relevant to my question, it just popped up as a notification, 88,376 new cases today. So with that in mind, looking at the recommendations, it worries me greatly in terms of where we are now with Omicron, and goodness only knows where we're going to get to in terms of the financial future for Angus Alive, both in terms of people not coming into the gyms like we've seen with people dropping off for hospitality, etc. Do you think that there'll come a point where furlough will be needed in order for Angus Alive to be able to break even? And do you think we need to go back to the furlough scheme, because that's really what saved Angus Alive the last time? And I just wonder whether without additional support for leisure industry, and obviously Angus Alive is part of that, I'm not sure now that the figures in the report are going to be possible to achieve.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Hand, and it's a good point you make. Vivian, you might be able to answer, but if not, Kirsty Hunter, sitting there at the back there, maybe Kirsty will be able to help.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Through yourself, Councillor Hans. There's certainly no guidance as yet as to the use of leisure centres being impacted at this point in time, and Kirsty could give a bit more detail on that if necessary. And certainly the furlough scheme was used to good effect over the course of the last year or so. And if it became available again, I'm sure we would look to that again. As things currently stand, Angus Alive's operating income is running at around 60%, which is quite a bit lower than it was previously, which is why we're bringing forward the transformation programme, because we think that there are different opportunities now that will be available for new ways of generating resources. And you'll be aware as well that you as council had agreed some COVID monies towards looking at health and well-being. So that's one aspect of the transformation programme, and we're looking to kind of offset the opportunity of that income with the potential for shifting the way that the business is operated in the future. So I'd like to assure you, Councillor Hans and Provost and others on council, that we're working very hard on this. But of course, things can change very quickly. And that's why I'm saying if they do, then we'll make sure we're communicating that to everyone at the earliest opportunity.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Vivian. Councillor Hand, are you happy with that answer?
But I am concerned that although there might not be guidance, people might vote with their feet, and unfortunately that could cause problems with projected income and actual future income. We'll just have to see. Yeah,
I quite understand. Kirsty Hunter's come up in the call, so I know that she was last in the queue. I'll take Kirsty next. Kirsty?
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Hans, I think it would also be important to highlight at this time that the investment that we made in providing a digital offering over the course of the pandemic both in terms of Libby within our library environment, which provides access to a huge range of digital resources for citizens to access from the safety and comfort of their own home, but also within the sports and leisure section, to enable our customers to access both live streaming of classes, again safely from home, or to access on-demand classes, shows that we've put in place a mechanism to ensure that even if people are instructed or choose not to come into our facilities, there are different ways of us being able to immediately service that need. And in fact, that is ongoing even at this time. And people have already been electing to make choices about whether they come to activities and services such as ours, and as you highlight, in other sectors as well. But I think that the work the team has done and put in place over the last year and a half or so has really stood us in good stead to be able to deal with whatever comes at us in this next phase. In terms of the finances, you're absolutely right that there would be a significant challenge if there was a enforced closure for any length of time. But I think that's something that we can only deal with as and when it comes forward, and through our participation in the Gold Incident Management Team calls with the council colleagues, we're really up to speed on exactly where things are at, and we're also in regular communication with our board of directors around how we'll take this forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirsty. Okay, Councillor Hans. Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. And I think Councillor Hans raised very valid points there. I have a question for Kirsty, but first I wanted to say thank you for working with Kerry Panto Group and delivering their amazing panto last week. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but it was fantastic, and the relaxed performance, it was worth its weight in gold. It was just wonderful, and I'm so glad it was last week and not this week, because I do think it would have been impacted by the developments. My question, and I guess congratulations as well on the fruition of the partnership around social prescribing with the Health and Social Care Partnership. There's some really good evidence about the use of green space into health and well-being, and mental health and well-being, but also the second when the second lockdown hit, the public's use of green space went down after it had risen in the first phase, and it was a health inequalities issue, and women were impacted more as well. So I just wondered what sort of plans, and I'm happy to share that link with you so you can have a wee read of it. But I wondered how those social prescribing plans are happening, when they're due to start, and in any of the ideas that you've got that we'll be looking forward to seeing in due course. And well done on a great project. Thanks.
Kirsty.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. So there's a few different things maybe just to tackle there, and if I do miss any of them, please come back to me. We would all encourage use of green spaces, and I think it's particularly important, health and well-being, both physical and mental, during this crisis has been highlighted in terms of the importance of that. Specifically within Angus Alive, we have offered over the summer quite a number of activities that are for women only. For example, our new stand-up paddleboarding classes that were sold out at Miniki Country Park. So that was fantastic to see new initiatives really taking hold and giving opportunities for people to take part in an environment that they felt comfortable in. That's something that we'll be looking to continue and to expand as we move into next year. Obviously, the weather's not quite the type of weather you want to be paddling around in the loch at the moment, but we will get back to that as we move into spring and summer. With regards to the activity in terms of the partnership between Angus Health and Social Care, Angus Council and ourselves, there have already been meetings that have been taking place with colleagues in the Health and Social Care Partnership earlier this week. I met with Gail Smith and also Dr. Alison Clement to talk about what the priority areas might be. Those will very much focus on the areas that were highlighted in the paper that came to councillors for approval of the contribution by Angus Council. So chronic pain, mental health, better balance, respiratory and social prescribing. We also had one of our transformation project updates earlier this week with colleagues from a variety of different organisations, which also included the council and VAA, as well as colleagues from health. So we were able to there talk about how we take this forward into the new year. So I haven't got specifics for you today, but I can assure you that the conversations with the right people are happening, and that's moving forward, and we're very excited about the opportunities that that presents for the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Kirsty. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Vivian and Kirsty. I've got a simple question. It's not a multi-part. We've been talking about extending the use of the Reed Hall and Arbroath and Montrose. I'm just looking at the figures that say 93% of people aged 12 and over have had the first dose, 86% have had the second dose, and 58% have had a booster or third dose. Given those sorts of numbers, are we still going to need such large buildings, or is it possible to scale down the operation? I know it could go right through the roof with Omicron or whatever follows that. But I'm just wondering on your thoughts on that at the moment.
Through yourself, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Moore, for that question. Really, where we are just now is in talks with NHS Tayside with regard to the 3 properties that we're looking at. We don't really know whether or not those will still be required into the future, but we are considering that with NHS Tayside at the moment. Certainly, as a council, we have agreed to set those properties aside until the end of March next year, and I think that's probably the critical phase that we're going to need to have facilities available. So it is something, though, that is important to consider earlier than the end of March, because really, if Angus Alive are to take those properties over again, they need to be able to take bookings for use of those at an early stage. So it's still too early to tell, but we're also looking at other venues with NHS to see where might be appropriate to go for the vaccination centres in the future. So I'm sorry I don't have a definitive answer for that, Councillor Moore, at this time, but hopefully that gives you the most up-to-date position.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Firstly, just a short comment. I'm so pleased to see social prescribing coming on. As you know, we've been discussing that for a considerable time now, and it's excellent to see that progress is being made. My question was going to be on the procurement authority for equipment. Do we actually want to do that now with the uncertainty, and given there's a substantial cash flow effect, unless it's all done on delayed payment or something? And the second thing, if we do want to do it, can we drive down the price? Because I guess the suppliers are not flush with orders right at the moment.
So if I
Kirsty.
come in, Provost, thanks for the question, Councillor McMillan Douglas. It's absolutely critical that we make this investment in our facilities at this time. There's a number of reasons for that. The first is that the last investment was prior to the pandemic, so it's now quite some time since we last made investment into the properties. In order to actually encourage citizens to want to be part of our membership or to encourage them in as casual users of our facilities, they need to be able to have a high quality customer experience when they come through our doors. If we are not able to offer that type of experience, then they will go elsewhere, and there's obviously increasing opportunities for them to go elsewhere in Angus with the opening of a number of alternative boutique gyms over the last 2-3 years. So putting an investment in at this time is really important. It will be a rolling investment over not just this year, but into next financial year and the one after. The three areas that we've highlighted initially are for Brechin Community Campus, Arbroath Sports Centre, and also at Carnoustie Sports Centre. It's important to highlight that this is not just a physical equipment investment, but there will also be some property works and other activity that's getting undertaken to ensure that we enhance those spaces, both from equipment, but also from a lighting and experience perspective. We really do need to make sure that this work happens as quickly as possible. The procurement would be through an existing ESPO, which is an agreement that's in place and that we can purchase off a framework. The price offered by Precor is already the lowest price on that, but we always do have a conversation with them to see whether we can secure any further discounts. So again, I can assure you that that conversation will be had.
Okay.
Very much, Kirsty.
Can I, Provost, may I just come back? Because the reference in the paper is to Maniki Country Park. Unless I've misread it, which
there's two different elements to the investment. So there is the investment to Maniki Country Park, which is for equipment and inflatable equipment that will go on the reservoir to provide a diversification opportunity for finance to come in terms of revenue for a new and exciting visitor attraction within Angus. There's also the second part, which is the more significant element of the investment, which is for the 3 sports centres. And I would maybe just also want to highlight that the monies that will be getting used to make these investments is money that the Trust has set aside. We're working really hard to ensure that we had finances in our R&R fund so that investment like this could go ahead at the appropriate time.
Okay, no, that's excellent. It's just if you look at your own paper, 1 little Roman 6, you refer for the detail to 1.1 bullet point 5, and if you go down to that, I probably misread it. You're probably going to. I will have egg all over my face in a minute, Kirsty. Don't worry. But right now, if you go down to bullet 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're correct. I've miscounted my bullets. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor McMillan. I'm going to say thanks for the good answer, Kirsty. We're now on to Councillor Speed. Question.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Kirsty. My kind of question is around the kind of library services and in particular access office supports for our residents. I've raised this before. I know that it may seem kind of a small area of business in the grand scheme of things of what Angus Alive do and what they deliver. Of concerns that constituents aren't aware that service is there operating within the library. And you know, I think like Councillor Bell touched on, I certainly have had an increase in constituents coming to me looking for support, and often it is just signposting them or helping them to realise what's available to help them to access services that are there. Access office support has always been a key area of service to help our constituents, but I'm just not sure that they're fully aware that they can pop into the libraries. I don't know if there's more comms can be done around that.
Right, okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Speed. Kirsty, I know you've done a lot on this, but you can maybe explain.
Yeah, thank you, Provost and Councillor Speed, for the question. With regard to access provision, access services have been delivered in 6 out of the 7 libraries now for some years through the Capital Integration Project. The one and only library that didn't pre-COVID have the access service provided from within the library building was obviously in Arbroath. Subsequent to the pandemic, we've been having the pilot of the services being provided from the library there, so that brings it in line with the other areas. There is signage on the access office in Arbroath to ensure that citizens know that it is being provided at the library. I do know from the team that we are handling access inquiries within Arbroath Library, so there are people that are coming in to access those services. But across all of the libraries, including the others where the integration had already happened, the number of people that are physically coming into libraries for access provision is down, but I think a significant proportion of that is as a result of the shift to online and telephony channels during the pandemic. If there's anything that can be done to help raise awareness of the fact that the service is there for people in person still, then we'd welcome that. It certainly is advertised still on our website that access services are provided from within the library facilities. But the direction of travel is for those that can to make sure that we access it on the digital and on the telephony channels. We have also included in our newsletter out to our library membership information about the fact that those services are there too. And we also have had a number of people that previously hadn't used libraries, i.e. for the library fundamental purpose rather than for the access service perspective. And they have then, when they've come into the library to use access, taken advantage of the opportunity to also borrow books and use the other facilities there. So I think that that's been a really positive crossover.
Yep, thanks very much.
Promise. Yeah, am I able to come back?
Well, quickly.
Yeah, no, it was just to say, yeah, I still believe that we need to do more to make people aware that that service and support is there. I think many people just kind of maybe pass, Kirk Square and see the gates shut and perhaps aren't going over and reading the notice that lets them know that they can pop across to the library and be supported there. I still have constituents coming to me looking for help and advice, and I am signposting them to the library, but yeah, they just aren't aware. And you talked earlier about kind of being able to provide a high quality customer experience, and I just wondered if you could provide an update with regards to what is being done within the library, so that people that are going there for help are able to do so with the the privacy and kind of confidential space that's needed.
Yeah, Councillor Spade, that's about 3 questions there. Okay.
I'm getting good at that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not half, and I'll be shutting you up. Right, very quickly.
Yeah, so we had created a space initially within Arbroath Library, and then following feedback had changed where that space was created to make sure that it moved to an area where there was a greater opportunity to provide privacy. There's screens up that are helping to ensure that not only is it physically away from the desk, for example, where people would be a little more liable to congregate, but to make sure that people, when they go for one of the access service inquiries, are in a different area of the library. Obviously, if it was to be a longer term solution, then we would be looking to do something on a more permanent basis, but obviously it's of a temporary nature during the pilot at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kirsty. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Kirsty. Any other? We've got Councillor Bray. Sorry, Councillor Bray. Didn't see your hand here.
Well, it's more a comment, Provost.
Go on. When you go, Councillor Bray.
Yes, well, thanks, Provost. We don't often actually see Kirsty Hunter along at our meetings because, of course, Angus Alive is an ALIO, and that's the reason why. But I'm reminded that she wasn't really long into what was always going to be a very challenging job at Angus Alive, and would no doubt have been finding her feet and getting things in place and finding a bit of direction. And then COVID came along and turned the whole thing on its head. An absolute whirlwind, particularly for an organisation like Angus Alive, who are in the leisure and recreation business, cultural as well. So I just wanted to say that I certainly don't underestimate the challenges that you face in your role, and I think they've multiplied since you first took it on. But I wish you all the best in this, because it is a difficult role to fill. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Blaze. I agree. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Mine's really, if you indulge me, is a comment as well, really. And if I can wear my Angus Alive director's hat, really just to thank Kirsty and her senior team for all their efforts, because it's been extremely challenging and stressful through the pandemic, change in government regulations almost by the week, and when you're running sports centres, etc., that is pretty challenging. And the senior team is very small. There's Kirsty, Ian, Stephen, Colin Knight. So really, that workload has fallen on a very small number of people. So I think we need to acknowledge that. I would also say that the information provided by directors, by Kirsty and her team, has been absolutely excellent. I think we have been looking at the cash flow very, very carefully. And I think certainly directors are very comfortable about where the business is all the time. I think special thanks needs to go to Kevin Lumsden of the Council's finance team, who's done all that financial work for us. And Kevin literally is keeping an eye on this, if not day by day, but certainly week by week. And that's been really reassuring. So special thanks to Kevin, I think, as well, for all his efforts over the last couple of years.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Councillor Duff, and I'm sure Councillor Devine and Councillor Lumgear and I share your sentiment on that. Are there any other comments? Okay, no more questions, no more comments. Are the recommendations set out in paragraph 1.1, 1 to 6 agreed?
Agreed.
Great. Thank you. Okay, get back to Brian Boyd. Now move on to item 13, but we'll just try and cover Councillor Boyd. Just getting in touch with him. And again, item 13, which is the Cairngorms National Park Partnership Plan, and the Angus Council response to that plan. But we're just waiting on Councillor Boyd. Colin? Thanks very much, colleagues. That's Councillor now here. So we're going on to agenda item number 13. And I'm going to ask Alison and a wee couple of words, and Councillor Ian McLaren, who's our councillor representative at Cairngorms. Alison, do you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Yes, just to introduce the report, the Cairngorms National Park are currently carrying out a public consultation on their partnership plan, and this brings forward the proposed Angus Council response to that. Officers have to work closely with the park, and we are represented on the board by Councillor McLaren, and the work that's there aligns with our own council plan. They are focusing on nature, people and place, and just in terms of the report, we're just bringing forward how we see that aligning with our own work and the opportunities for the future working with them.
Thank you very much, Alison. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. Having read this report, I fully endorse Angus Council's response to the Cairngorms National Park Partnership Plan. I feel all matters have been addressed to this consultation, and I'm happy to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councillor Devine. Sorry, any questions, Councillor Devine?
Well, it's a kind of question, actually. You're right. Now, I wouldn't like colleagues to think that I'm obsessive about camper vans, but I don't actually see anything in here about heirs again. And it did say on page 219, are there any actions or policies you think should be added? And I just wondered if that would be possible to put in there. I think Councillor McLaren has told me that they're looking at heirs as a possibility, but we've had so many problems over the last 2 summers that I hope that they're really looking at that decisively now.
Councillor McLaren, do you want to give any update on that, if you can?
Yes, the Cairngorms, they have areas where they have encouraged camper vans in certain places. One of the parks beside the ski centre, there is a park just designated for camper vans and facilities for disposing of their waste. So I think that's something that will be looked into.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Dunmore, question?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to ask Councillor McLaren if he has any updates about the new road, the A9, because I'm sure some of the Cairngorms National Park was going to be affected by that, and I just wondered if you'd had any updates about that.
Anything on that right now, but I do know it is in consultation just now.
Yeah, because I've been working on it with Northern Roads. If you do get any information, if you could send it over to my email, that would be great.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments? No comments. Do we agree with the recommendation in paragraph 1? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
We now move on to item number 14, which is the interim arrangements information report. And Ms. Buchanan, Jackie Buchanan, is going to lead on this.
Thank you, Provost. As members will see, this relates to information reports, and previously during 2020 we arranged for information reports not to form part of agendas but simply to be sent out to members and then put onto the website. Information reports are simply that, for information, and they relate to powers exercised by officers or in terms of just updating members on aspects of council business that are relevant to them. There's still an opportunity to speak to any officer in terms of the content of an information report. The advantage for officers, certainly from an operational perspective, is there's significantly less work in terms of providing them by way of updates instead of putting them on the agenda, and it also reduces time taken at meetings, which is important too in terms of the current situation in relation to COVID. It's not a permanent arrangement and will be reviewed. So looking to get members' support on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Buchanan. Any questions? Councillor Hans? Question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Provost. It's just a quick question to Mrs. Buchanan. I'm just wondering if it is possible just to get some wording about what should be in information reports, and it's just really in order for us to ensure that we are carrying out our scrutiny function. I totally understand the reason why this report's coming, and I support the reason why it's coming, but just for assurance purposes, it would be quite useful for members to know what can and shouldn't be in information reports, so that when we do get notification, you know, if there is anything that we are concerned about, we've got that opportunity to refer back to the document, hopefully that can be provided, to check whether you know, that is what it should be. I hope it shouldn't be too difficult to do that, but it would be quite useful to make sure that we had that guidance so that we could check.
Okay, Jackie?
Yes, I'm happy to provide a definition for information reports to members. So as you suggest, Councillor Hans, that you'd be able to ensure that anything that's provided as an information report sits within that definition. So no problem in doing that, and I'll ensure that I liaise with colleagues, other directors, to get the best definition in terms of that.
Okay, happy with that, Councillor Hunt. Okay, Councillor Devine.
I take it we'll get a notification email telling us that an information report has been put onto the document centre, will it be? Sorry, did I not read it right?
No, Councillor Devine's asking that the notification would be put on the document centre, Jackie.
Yes, it's provided in the report, as Councillor Devine saying, that it will be on the document centre, but I think the point you want to ensure is that you're notified of it. Yes. And I'll just ask committee services to confirm, but even if, yes, I'll ensure that happens. That would be great. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay,
I mean, I can arrange for it to go to all members. I suspect it would normally just go to members who are on the relevant committee. So if it were one for education, for example, it'd go to the relevant members there. But if you're suggesting you preferred it was wider in terms of its distribution, that can certainly be done. It's not a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
I
Councillor
think-
MacDonald. Councillor MacDonald.
Just on that point, it should be sent to all members because we read all the papers. You know, so it would make way more sense that, you know, every member should be reading all the papers so they know what's happening at the council. So yeah, it should be sent to all the members.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor MacDonald. Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, do we agree that 1.1? Agreed?
Yep.
Thank you very much. We now go on to item number 15, amendments to the timetables of meetings, and the Chief Executive as Returning Officer, supported by Mrs Buchanan, is going to introduce that report.
Thanks, Provost. Just before I introduce the report, can I ask Jackie Buchanan to come in, please, because we do have a further recommendation that I'd like her to ask your permission to include. Jackie?
Thank you, Ms Williamson. Provost, you should have by now a submission of a late, well, it was normally a late report, but I just thought for belt and braces I would do it in this instance, and it's submission of a late recommendation, but I can read that out and you can consider it as I do that if you would like it to go on the agenda. So what I'd like to do is ask you, Provost, to
Quite happy that you read it out. Okay, quite happy that you read it out.
Okay, thank you, Provost. It's just as Ms Wilson said, to consider an additional late recommendation in terms of section 50B, subsection 4 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, and that's to allow, it's in effect to allow for formal meetings of the committees, subcommittees and of Angus Council to continue to be held remotely until and including the first meeting of council after the local government elections, which is on the 26th of May. That's when the first meeting is. The special circumstances for asking for this late recommendation to be added to this report and considered at the meeting as a matter of urgency is in light of the current escalating COVID situation and the fact that the current council ruling in respect of holding remote meetings ceases at the end of the year. This matter therefore can't be submitted to a meeting of the council at a later date. And that's in effect what the recommendation is, simply allowing remote meetings to continue until the council meeting of the 26th of May, up to and including that date, in light of the current COVID situation and the difficulties around us being able to meet in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Everybody clear on that? And I'll now ask Mrs Williamson to proceed.
Sorry, could I come in, Provost? It's for you to determine if you will accept this recommendation, and then members can consider if they wish to.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm happy with that. To continue. Yep.
And is it on you're accepting the grounds of urgency? Sorry to it's just in terms of process, Councillor Proctor, you're accepting the grounds of urgency, the special circumstances that I put forward.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Provost, I think Councillor McMillan Douglas maybe wants to pick up on that point before I introduce the report.
Yeah, so right, Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Sorry, Provost. It may, if Mrs Williamson feels that this question is dealt with by what she's going to say, then disregard me. But I didn't totally understand what was read out. It was just the speed at which my brain works. It was nothing to do with Jackie's reading. Does this mean that if we want to make an exception and have a physical meeting, we can't do it?
Yeah.
Councillor McMillan Douglas, is essentially what we're asking. Well, the Provost has allowed the recommendation to be put forward. So what we're asking in terms of this recommendation is that we continue online right through until after the local government election, and including the statutory meeting, largely from the point of view of we need to have the decision made at some point beyond the election. And if we agree the report today around the meeting rescheduling, it would mean that the meetings up until the pre-election period would all be online. Clearly at the statutory meeting post the local government election, we would need to at least begin online, and we could all be very optimistic about a change post-spring, but it's in order to ensure that we're covered up into that period.
No, I think I understood that, but let's say, and I'm not saying whether this is a realistic background or not, but let's say that at the beginning of March, we decided that we actually would rather have, perhaps here's the meeting in March. Anyway, let's assume there is a meeting in March, and we would rather have that as a physical meeting. Can we pass a motion saying, in effect, overruling this latest this latest paragraph and allowing us to have a physical meeting?
I will defer that to the legal representative to respond.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the way I read it, that we would be staying on, you know, this means until, you know, after the election.
No, I understand that too, and that's will probably happen. But we're in very volatile times, and if we wanted to have a physical meeting, could we change this clause so that we could have that physical meeting?
Jackie Buchanan.
Yes, Provost, thank you for your question, Councillor McMillan Douglas. Just to clarify, obviously that would be within the 6 months, and the 6-month rule would normally apply, but there are exceptions to the 6-month rule. So it could be a material change in circumstance. So clearly, if the COVID situation was such that it was safe for us to do so, that could be regarded as a material change in circumstance, and that could be in terms of either a recommendation and an officer report if an officer was so minded to do that, or alternatively a motion to that effect. Right. So if a motion could be brought, a notice of motion as would ordinarily be brought at an earlier meeting, and to say that the material change in circumstances such that we're no longer required to self-isolate or to rather distance ourselves in terms of the meeting, because clearly currently we're unable really to meet in a safe environment.
No, that answers my question, Provost. Thank you very much. I wasn't certain if the 6-month rule would mean that we could not revisit this under any circumstances. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I guess thank you for that. Councillor Sturrock.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Just the actual converse of this. What happens if the vagaries and unpredictability of the pandemic means that the May elections are cancelled?
Well, I couldn't answer that one, Jackie. Would the council remain extant until such times as, you know, and that would be something that would have to be given out by, I presume, Scottish Government, UK Government, would it not?
Well, certainly, I think, Councillor Sturrock, that would be a material change in circumstance, and we would have to deal with that as and when it arose, and it wouldn't just be our problem, of course, as Councillor Proctor's alluding to.
You know, okay, I do appreciate that, but I say there'll be a Scottish Government decision at the end of the day. But given where we are in these uncertain times, who knows? Okay, yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. I mean, I'm talking with my Public Health Scotland hat on, but not on their behalf. I wouldn't want to raise anyone's expectations that an in-person meeting would be possible or preferred at an early stage like March. I certainly would be uncomfortable with a face-to-face meeting, given what the current trajectory is in that sort of time scale, and I certainly wouldn't be expecting the council to come back and amend that in any way, shape or form in that sort of time scale. Just putting that out there. And I think our previous discussions were centred around hybrid models, so that people who perhaps had a preference to remain online, or who had a clinical vulnerability, were able to be protected in that way. I certainly don't think an in-person meeting in March, for example, for all of us would be at all appropriate. Certainly not in the chamber. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that, Councillor Bell. I think that's why we're aiming off and actually putting this down at the moment. the worst case scenario. Back to the Chief Executive.
Thanks, Provost. So basically, I'm not going to go through all the proposals for changes because they're listed quite clearly under paragraph 5. And essentially, the report asks for members of council to approve the changes that have been listed under paragraph 5. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. Discussion at our group meeting around the possibility of putting a reserve date in the diary following the March council meeting, just in case the agenda is really big and there were items to be dealt with, and to give everybody an opportunity, the members that were leaving, that were retiring, give them an opportunity to speak. I don't know if there's been any further discussion yourself, Margot, with Jackie and your other directors, etc. But I think it's an idea worth considering, given the reluctance to go for a meeting in April.
Yeah, Provost, through yourself, as officers, we've had a look at the meetings leading up to the pre-election period, and being quite clear about business that will have to come before this council, and we will do our best to keep that at a minimal level. Presently, we have the 10th of March being proposed for the council. We know the following morning appears to be free at the moment around COSLA or Tay Cities or anything like that. So that could be used as a reserved additional date should we end up in a situation where the March meeting is excessive. But presently, looking at the calendar, we're pretty confident that the March meeting shouldn't be too onerous. But that could be held as a reserve position, which is what Councillor Whiteside is requesting. I know it's a Friday, and I know previously that's been a bit of a challenge, but it would follow on quite nicely from the Thursday meeting should we need it.
Okay, happy with that. Councillor Whiteside.
Yeah, that would be a measure of comfort, just in case.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other any other comments? Okay. I think that the information being given out by the Chief Executive and by Ms Buchanan, very self-explanatory. Council, do we agree the recommendations to accept the proposal set out in paragraph 5? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Item 16, as we've got two, the last two items are on green paper. The council minded to exclude the public and press before we proceed to items 17 and 18.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, we just
Stop.